Perhaps we need some outside universal threat to make us recognize this common bound. I occasionally think how quickly our differences worldwide would vanish if we were facing an alien threat from outside this world.
Good evening and welcome to Spaced Out Radio. Tonight it is Hump Day and the second Wednesday of the month, which means Science Bob is here, and we are going to be getting into UFOs, UAP disclosure, the movement among us, the nuts and bolts of everything that is not of this earth. Our special guest tonight, Baptiste Friscoer, and we're going to have a great time with them tonight. Let us say hello to all of you in our chat room so far. We got Race Fan in the gold medal position. Penny Van taking home the silver with our good friend Raymond L. in a nice bronze medal tonight. Let us continue on. Pat Toohey, how you doing? Michael Morris, Sundance Kid, Luscious Jules, nice to see you all. And there's Penny Van and Race Fan in the chat room. Roy Boy and Lisa C, how you doing? Robert Lamoth, Brown Dwarf. Markham, how you feeling today, buddy? Let me know. John Sabe Mellon, welcome. Human Carl is here, a great veteran of the United States Air Force. We love our veterans around here. Thank you, Human Carl, for your amazing service. Dark Protocol, good to have you here. Kurt M. and Dutch Hank, how you doing? D. Cohen, Donna, and Pixie Lara, how you doing? Good to see you. Number one in your program, number one in your hearts, from Stockholm, Sweden. Starting in goal, Lars Janssen. Yes, Area 51, Simon the Dogface. How you guys doing? Thank you for joining us. And let's continue with roll call. Vash the Impaler's here. Vash will be signing autographs after the show. Line up to the left of the studio, if you don't mind, to the left of the studio. Dave Walters is here. Yeah, the Kamloops boy will be signing autographs after the show as well. Line up to the right of the studio, if you don't mind, to the right of the studio. Simon in Australia, good to see you. And Marty Burback, thank you for coming on in. Gizmo, good to see you, my man. Science Melinda, thank you for joining us. And Laura Lobbs as well. And let's continue on with our roll call. Tim Mothman, good to see you. Hi, Nancy Thames and Scott Blight. Stu Gerson and Emmy Tong, thank you for coming on in. And let's see here. Digger Dog, Mac Geek, Daryl Zerline, thank you for joining us. Chill Farm, good to see you again. And Ozzy, oi, oi to you. James Weston, love V love. How you doing, beautiful? NB, how are you? And let's see, we got Pam Harris and Sea Warrior's son, Lee the Bee, and Bones. Good to see you both. River Dogma, thank you for joining us. JSCO, Jordan Ashley Pettit, you're looking beautiful tonight. Thank you for joining us. Asteroid Coming, thank you for joining us. Hi, Doubleday and National Memorial, good morning to you. And there's the lovely Kira. Thank you for joining us. Logan L. Welshhammer. And if you are a wrench in our chat room, this is for the wrenches. I need you to, Kira's going to type in her email in the chat room. I need you to message Kira with your email at business@spacedoutradio.com, business@spacedoutradio.com. Wrenches only. Wrenches only, if you don't mind. The super chat is open. It's a wonderful way to support what we do on this show on a nightly basis. You can shop at our store, spacedoutradio.com, and you get some great swag. I know the random guy just bought up a bunch of shirts today. That was awesome. Thank you, random guy, for doing that. Let us get the radio side going. So that way we can get Bill WD-40 into the chat room. And he can lube us up for tonight's show, because you always want to go to a show nice and smooth. War Criminal, how you doing? Good to see you. And Science Bob, thank you for kicking off the super chat tonight, my man. Very much appreciate your love and support of Spaced Out Radio. And I can't wait to see you and the lovely Lala Bright in Las Vegas coming up here May 19th through 21st. Hi Sparkles on Facebook. And it's going to be a good time. Very, very good time for all of our fans. Nikki in Seattle. Philomena on Facebook. How are you? And we are getting ready to go. Let's put Science Bob's chatter up there. And let's see. We got 30 seconds. There's Bill WD-40. Popped right in to Spreaker chat right there. So, yes, remember, if you are coming to Vegas, you can email us at spacedoutradionnetwork@gmail.com. I'm trying to deal with our email issues tomorrow. Don't forget, give us a thumbs up, thumbs down, thumbs sideways for tonight. It helps with the algorithms. And if you haven't already, hit that subscribe button, ring the bell. We are here 7 days a week for your listening pleasure. Horns up. Let's rock. Of Central British Columbia to you listening around the world, this, my friends, is Spaced Out Radio. I am your host, Dave Scott, sitting in the captain's chair of SOR headquarters. We welcome you to tonight's show on our terrestrial affiliates around North America, digitally on Odyssey Radio, TalkStream Live, and KPNL. All of our archives are free. Join us at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. You can follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. Our website, spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read the news wire, check out our swag as well. Tonight's show is brought to you by Chive Charities. Help make the world 10% happier by visiting Chive Charities today. You can find them on our website. A power show of information tonight. Science Bob and Friends is here as we bring in special guest Baptiste Friscolar, and we're going to have a great night with them tonight. Then in hour number 3, we're going to head to the swamp. Then little Timmy Senor will be here for the UFO reports. It is that time of the month once again where we get rid of the woo and we go with the who, what, where, when, why, and how with Science Bob and Friends. Dr. Robert McGwier, known as Science Bob around these parts, comes in to give us the lowdown and the science behind everything paranormal, supernatural, and ufological. And it's a great time because we get a different look at what is actually happening on. I'm more woo, he's more science, and we blend it all together for a wonderful 2 hours. And Bob, we're going to bring you in here with our special guest, Baptiste Friscolar. And hello, Bob. It's always good to see you, and I can't wait to see you again in Las Vegas after seeing you a few weeks ago in San Francisco. Good to have you back, my man.
Glad to be here, Dave, and I'm really looking forward to Las Vegas. Lala and I are taking off, and we'll be there for part of the weekend, and then we'll be coming back. But we are looking forward to the light show that everyone is going to see at night when a bunch of experiences go out into the desert and all the other great stuff we're going to have happening. And we are very excited to meet our fans.
Oh, yeah. Oh, everybody's getting excited. I'm getting pumped up. And you know what? May 19th through 21st at the Golden Nugget in Las Vegas. It's going to be a great time. And the best part about it is everyone's invited. Everyone's invited. Baptiste, you want to fly out to Vegas that weekend? You can come on out too, and we'll get you signing autographs for everybody out there. I would want your autograph. So, Bob, let's learn a little bit about our good friend tonight, Baptiste Friscolar. Tell us all about him.
Well, as those who are on YouTube or can see video, you know that you see that Baptiste and I have been friends for quite a while. We met in an online group on Messenger, and the two of us left this online group when Baptiste started a new online group called New Science. And so we've just had a nonstop interaction ever since. We are on almost daily contact on a group in Messenger. And Baptiste, I'm going to get you to tell us as much as your personal biography as you can, as you wish to, and tell us how you got into UAP, what stoked your UAP interest, and how you became so heavily involved in UAP information and research. Baptiste, please welcome.
Oh, thank you very much. I'm being loaded tonight. So if I blush, it's perfectly normal. Thank you very much for inviting me. So I'm not a ufologist by any way, just that I'm a teacher by trade, and every few years I update my lessons, and I ask my students what they want to learn. And the last time I did it was in 2017, and I gave them the opportunity to ask me any question they wanted, so I could learn what was interesting for them. The most upvoted question was, what were UFOs? And as a proud Frenchman, I swore to them beforehand that I would find the answer. And when they asked me what were UFOs, I didn't have the answer. So since that time, I've been looking for the answer. And the largest problem I could find was the lack of reliable information. So since then, I've been vying for finding information that was reliable and could give to my students.
So I can tell you from personal experience that inside New Science, Baptiste is constantly streaming to us relevant information that is somewhat hard to gather from all over the internet. And it is now my go-to source for knowing what's going on today. And so, Dave, you really need to jump in there, bro, because I mean, you're going to get up-to-date information. I don't know how Baptiste has a day job with all he does on that group. Baptiste, how do you gather all that information?
It takes about 2 hours per day to scan through the entire web, and it's only from the information that has been published in the last 24 hours. So I don't burden myself with historical cases. I just try to see what is the battlefield, what are the different lines, where are the different factions, and what are the information that has been spread.
Well, it's really a fantastic resource, Dave, especially for a journalist like you. Now that I've stoked your curiosity and interest, Dave, ask a question.
Oh, thank you, Science Bob. I appreciate you giving me the time. I laugh at that, Baptiste, because usually when Bob gets rolling, I don't get to ask a question until about 3 minutes before our commercial break at the bottom of the hour, but so I'm kind of caught off guard here. Baptiste, there is so much about the science of UFOs, which I think is very important. And we really see a government narrative that is going on regarding the nuts and bolts of what these craft are. And we seem to, it seems to have caused a very big divide between the UFO community and the scientific and knowledgeable community, the education side of the community. It's something that I don't feel is very healthy, but that's on a personal aspect. Where do you stand on the way ufology has developed over the last few years, especially recently?
Oh, that's a tough one. I think the divide that you're pointing towards is caused by, honestly, a lack of education in science. Because if you follow science discoveries along the way, we are on the verge of discovering magic technologies. I mean, you would have shown that 15 years ago, everybody would have thought it was science fiction. It's just that it requires now a very large investment in the industry, and very high-tech industry. We are talking Manhattan Project level to lower the cost of these technologies. But as there was a dismissal of science education at planetary level, to be honest, apart in Southeast Asia, there is the feel that the crafts we are seeing could be really magical, but they are only very advanced tech.
I totally agree with this. So as Dave knows and the audience knows, I am a technologist and I am deeply involved in science. I also live with a experiencer who has multiple contact modalities. And it's all these things together. As a scientist, I don't reject data. I might have the wrong interpretation for data, and other scientists might have the wrong interpretation of data, but you never throw away data. And so the thing that has aggravated the heck out of me is when very famous scientists get on TV or on radio or on the internet or whatever, and they totally dismiss evidence without ever having looked at it. So this really, really chaps my you-know-what. And I just am very displeased with this. And Baptiste is one of these people that is helping an entire generation of young people through his educational efforts to learn the value of not dismissing evidence. That Baptiste does not dismiss evidence. I have personally witnessed this. Even when I think in the beginning, he did not actually think along the lines I was thinking, given what I had seen in the evidence. I watched him evolve. This is the evidence of an open mind, and a mind that can be persuaded by evidence. And this is what we need in this field, is minds that can be persuaded by evidence. Dave?
I agree with you on that, Bob, because I think one of the big things is we need to know what's going on with this field. We need to be able to know, Baptiste, how we are setting ourselves up for the future with the technology, number one, but number two, potentially, and as many people believe, that there will be with that technology another life form that potentially joins with that technology. You know, that may be looking a little bit too far down the road, but it can't be ruled out. My question to both of you then is, for the public, because so much of this is being played behind the scenes, what is proof? What is empirical proof of the phenomena that is happening? Because if you look at the nuts and bolts side, if we take it at face value, we don't know whether or not there's actual craft. We hear rumors about it, of crash retrievals, but we don't have our hands, as far as we know, up front on any of this technology or where it's going or where it's coming from. So what is proof to the public so the public can learn? Baptiste, let's start with you.
So I'm not sure I would agree on that, because we know we've been studying debris for a very long time now. The first paper by Jack Valley and white paper, open paper, was in '98, and it was made. So a piece of debris was offered to NASA and the US government, but each time we did that, it disappeared. So we did the study using the French resources. But we already discovered at the time that there was isotopic imbalance inside the debris. So that was manufactured, and in a way that wasn't useful for any industrial application that we know even today, and it was in '98. So we start to know a lot of stuff. These debris, around 30 debris, are now in the hands of Gary Nolan at Stanford, that is doing the works of studying the organization of the matter inside each debris, to see how it was designed and why it was designed that way, to then kind of retro-engineer what was the use and function of that debris inside the craft. So that's all public science. It's just that public science takes a long time to push forward, because you need to go through the peer review process. And I would also disagree on the part of the citizen science, because inside the French GEIPAN, we devised procedures and protocols to create reliable data point information from witness reports. Inside the SCU, you had the analysis of Pearson, that he took the 100 most reliable cases about UFOs and found out that 99 of them were started by witness reports from ground observers. The only one case was started by a radar spot that has been cited. So there is a huge part of citizen science that can be involved inside that field. It's just that it's not well known, and it's a part of science that has been left alone. It's observatory science as opposed to laboratory science. So when you ask what is a proof, you have various levels of proof. You have your own proof. When you witness something for you, it is true. And whatever somebody tells you, it is true for you. When you want several people to be in agreement, you can have journalistic proof. So you talk to a journalist verifies what you said based on facts, and it's journalistic proof. Above that, you have low-level proof. So you have a jury and a judge that decides on a more extensive amount of proof with correlated information, what is true or not. And then you have observatory science. You need to have a piece of something and to be able to categorize it and identify it. And at the last point, you have laboratory science. But to obtain laboratory science, you need to be able to repeat the process. So that's why observatory science and laboratory science are two types of proofs that are often mistaken together.
That's a fantastic recitation, Baptiste. So thank you, Lala Bright, for the super sticker. This is the experiencer I live with, and the evidence I have seen with my own eyes. Living with her tells me that I know something's there. So there's lots of people like me who are scientists, and they see things themselves, and therefore they are certain. And so what I do in my own mind, given this observational science, which was your first category, is try to find in my own mind some hypothesis for what it might be. And what you then do after that is put together a collection of equipment, a process, etc., for gathering more evidence like you've already done. So Dave knows, and many in your audience know, that I started a Sky-Hub, which became UAPTN, which became Sky-Hub, which is now Sky 360, and which is hosted and led by Europeans, which is just the greatest thing. And because a friend of mine runs that group. In fact, this weekend I meet with him to begin installing a bistatic radar in their system. So Baptiste, so you talked about GEIPAN. I'd also like for you to talk about any other citizen science groups in France that you're aware of, so that our audience, should they wish to, can involve themselves. Their data, whatever it is, needs to go to these groups so that we gather lots and lots of observational evidence. So people involved like you or a scientist like me can go in and look. What citizen science groups are you aware of that maybe our audience are not aware of?
There are so many of them due to almost each country has its own citizen private research group. So I couldn't list them all right now, but I think the most well-known is MUFON, because they have a planetary network where you can deposit your observation, and afterwards we can then extract information from their data repository. So I would suggest to concentrate resources on the MUFON, just because they are established on a planetary scale.
And I want to add that MUFON is not headquarters. MUFON is local groups. MUFON is local groups. Yeah. So I live in Maryland. There's a MUFON Maryland. People live in Virginia and MUFON Virginia. People live in France and there's MUFON France. And you should work with the people that are in your local groups and go to researchers that are in your local groups, especially if you have a sighting, a landing. So close encounters of 1, 2, and 3 kinds. You want to talk to your local groups because they are the people who are going to send out the investigators. So Baptiste, please tell us what you can in the next few minutes, everything you can. Short, long, if we run over, we'll go into the next step about GEIPAN and about the Cometa report, which many people here have heard of.
Yeah, sure. So we've been always interested in that subject in France. So our first UFO association was in 49. Our first military investigation was in 51. And largely increased in 54, because between 51 and 54 we had a mass sighting, but at a level that goes beyond anything on Earth. We had saucers landing in fields with farmers thinking it was Germans and shooting them with high caliber weapons. It was a crazy era for France. So we had a military investigation very soon, and it has been continued under the veil of military secrecy since then. Apart of that, inside the French NASA, it's called the CNES, you have a study group that has been created in 1977 to answer public questions about UAP. So it was seen as a duty from the French NASA to answer questions from the public. The French NASA is different from yours because it's half military, half public science. So that study group had access to military reports also, so it could discriminate inside the witness reports what was military prototypes from foreign powers and French military to what was really anomalous sightings. So at the first iteration, it was very powerful to find out what were these anomalous crafts. On a statistical point of view, we have around one very strange, very reliable case in France right now. But you need to consider that maybe 1% of cases are reported right now because they are reported towards the military police. So it's a costly procedure in terms of time for the observer. So we consider that only 1% of cases are directly reported to the GEIPAN.
That's terrific. So it would be lovely, would it not, Dave, if every citizen UFO report was filtered through military information to cull out things they know are not unidentified objects. If they can identify it, we don't need to look at it. They don't need to tell us what it is. They just need to share that they know. And so that culls our data of secret test projects, etc. And so I understand why they don't do that, because that then identifies to the people that reported it, that was a military object. So I understand all of these secrecy levels and all this stuff, but in France, this is much closer relationship because they get data they can rely on that is not military. And so that's really a big positive. So the other thing about the 1950s is we all think about the overflights of Washington, D.C., and we just almost always ignore everything from the rest of the world. We need to stop doing that. Dave?
We got about 90 seconds to go here before we got to go to break at the bottom of the hour. Science Bob and friends continuing on tonight. Baptiste, what is the difference between the way UFOs are treated in France, where you are, comparatively to what you see happening here in North America, where we hear about a threat narrative? We have everybody wanting to be secretive. We have private groups setting up that don't want to give out their information. Where do you stand on this?
Oh, it's basically the same because we are under American influence, even we don't like to say so, but it's pretty much the same situation, apart from the fact that we have also a large ego, so we don't like to get mocked on, so we are an even more level of secrecy on the citizen part.
Really? That surprises me, considering so many other countries over there are opening up a little bit.
It was true until maybe 5 years ago when the New York Times published its articles. Then the journalists in France realized it was a true subject. And since then, we had very reliable coverage.
Excellent. Gentlemen, I'm going to get you to hold on right there because we're going to go to break here at the bottom of the hour, and it's going to be an interesting show as we have Baptiste Friscoeur all the way from France here until we got him for about another hour here on Science Bob and Friends, and Dr. Bob McGwier, formerly of Virginia Tech University, formerly of the alphabet agencies around the United States Pentagon, and a good friend of ours around here. Good old Science Bob, we call him. I'm just a little upset that Bob's not wearing his overalls tonight. You know, that one stings a little bit, but that's okay. We're going to continue on with the science talk of UFOs. Where is this topic going? Is this healthy the way it's being held and run around the world? We're going to learn more with Science Bob and our special guest tonight, Baptiste Friscoeur. Thank you so much for tuning in to Spaced Out Radio. The second half hour of tonight's show comes right after this. Stay tuned. All right, we're clear.
All right, I'll be right back.
Mm-hmm. All right, give me 2 seconds here. Thank you, Nancy Hayes, for the amazing super chat. Very much appreciate your love and support, Nancy. Thank you so much also to Bob and Lala for the great super chats. Mr. Cowley, welcome back to the show. Oh, Mr. Cowley loves his Spaced Out Radio. Hi there, Kathy Evans. Pete Leibel, how you doing? Good to see you. And let's see, who else do we have here? I think we're all caught up there. 184 watching right now. If you could, do us a favor, give us a thumbs up, thumbs down. That will help with our algorithms during the show. And with YouTube, we'd greatly appreciate it. And, of course, if you haven't already, do a little shopping at spacedoutradio.com, just like Random Guy did earlier today. We appreciate that. And what time is it there right now? Is it like 6 in the morning, 6:30?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm noticing because there's still no daylight in your windows back there.
But I'm an early worm.
And where do you teach?
Middle school, 10 to 15 years old.
Oh, wonderful. 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 Let's see, up here, we don't have middle school up here where I am in Canada.
Oh.
We have, we don't have junior high, senior high. It's just high school, grade 8 to 12.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So that's kind of cool.
We just did an exhibit with the launch of the James Webb Space Telescope. I gave the task to my students to create extraplanetary landscapes. And we did a whole art exhibit with the UNESCO, which is being exposed right now, and great stuff. I'm very proud of them.
I guess when you go into this kind of topic with your students, it allows them to really use their imagination on what could be out there.
Yeah.
I mean, what you're seeing from your students must be great.
Oh, yes, so smart. I mean, you just need to give them very high grade level of information, and they just feed on it.
That's got to be awesome.
Yeah.
Let me think.
What kind of questions do you get from your students? Is it more about give me a second, Ron, you know better than in our chat room to be using words like that. Second one's a timeout, buddy. Grade 7 in Canada, at least in British Columbia, is the end of elementary school. All right. And sorry about that. What kind of questions do they ask? Are they asking about what UFOs are? Are they asking, are there aliens? Where do they take the direction?
They are very down to earth, I would say. They just want to know, and the technological part is more interesting for them because they want to pilot a UFO. So that's the part they are interested in.
Me too. I want to ride, and I want to put my hand on the controls.
It's funny. I would have thought it was the meeting with extraterrestrial that would be a major interest for them, but no, they just want the craft.
I had a number of years ago now, probably 4 years ago now. I actually had I did a ghost tour at our local museum where I used to help raise money for the museum, and afterwards, this lady came up to me and she's like, I was wondering if you could talk with my daughter. She sees a lot of strange things. And within 10 minutes of me talking to her daughter was 12 then, I found out that she'd actually been being taken and that she had actually flown the craft at 12 years old. And I was like, you got to be kidding me. Like, I want to do this. I'm like 45. I want to be doing this. I want to fly that craft.
I think we are too old for that.
So I don't think it's a deal of age. You put your hand on a thing, and suddenly your mind is filled with data from its mind. And you talk to it and you ask it, please do this, and it does. I mean, these are experiences that Melinda Leslie and a bunch of others we know, Lorien Fenton, Lala Bright, these people have all had these kind of experiences, and they get them, they slowly come back from memory, even if they've been repressed.
All right, gentlemen, we have about 9 seconds. Don't forget, help us with the algorithms. Give us a thumbs up, thumbs down. Here we go with the second half hour, everyone. Second half hour of Spaced Out Radio is now underway. Thank you so much for joining us. My name is Dave Scott. Very much appreciate earning your listening ears. I want to remind you that if you missed portions of this show or others, check out our free archives by going to youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read the news wire, check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. We continue on with Science Bob and friends. Dr. Bob McGwier is back, and we are having a great time with Bob and a special guest tonight, Baptiste Friscour, all the way from France. Bob, how are you doing, man?
I'm doing great. I had a nice little break, and now I'm back and ready to rock and roll. So, Dave, do you have a question, or I'm going to jump in?
You can jump right in. And,
okay. So Baptiste, given that you've been teaching these classes for a while and you continue this work, have you or your students talked to you about an experience they have? You don't have to give their name, but do you have students that are experiencers?
So what I did once was, so I talked earlier about the French NASA, the CNES, and they did a type of art exhibit a few years ago about UFOs. And inside the art exhibit, they had a little part for children to play out. And inside that part was a task where they were asked to draw a UFO. So I asked the same thing to my students, but I have 450 students. So I can have a kind of statistical level in the results I get. And what was very interesting, and I really didn't expect that, is that some of them drew me what they saw. So they didn't, and I discovered that afterwards when talking to them, and I asked them, where did the idea came from? I said, that's what I saw. And they were describing crafts in the sky they witnessed with their parents while visiting a city or during a walk with their parents. And that quite surprised me because it was maybe 10% of students. So it was quite a large number of unreported, very interesting cases.
This is exactly what I expected to hear from you. And it shows wow, how much missed data there is, because we don't do this in our schools and our clubs. And just that's the number I was expecting you to say. It is about 1 out of 10 have seen something that was so impactful they remembered how to draw it. And so if you talk to some of these kids who drew this for you and you acquired of them what they had experienced, kind of, if you can remember, give us the most startling case you can recall.
Yeah, sure. So the boy was 11 years old. He was walking outside a Sunday with his parents along a canal with water. And they were going towards their building where they had a flat. And the boy and his father witnessed a saucer-shaped craft that was beaming a beam of green light towards an uninhabited flat of the building. And they stayed astonished for 5 minutes. Then the father took the boy away, and they went inside their flat from another path. So, and when you looked at the drawing of the boy, it was just pure memory. I'm an art teacher, so when you look at the drawing, you know if it's an observational drawing or if it's extracted from memory, and it has all the characteristics of observational drawing.
Oh, that's terrific. Yeah, so I have the benefit of living with a person who has all sorts of experiences. And so we got security cameras, and we see the thing with green or whatever color light coming down on the roof of a neighbor regularly.
Yeah.
I mean, this is multiple times a week. So just imagine what it would be like if every teacher in America had such a project and got these pictures. We would suddenly know there are hundreds of thousands of witnesses all across the United States, just like there are in France, because it's 10% of students. It's pretty amazing. So I think this carries on and goes on all across the entire population. It's around 10% of people have seen something. Dave, what do you got?
Well, I mean, we've asked all around. Baptiste, what are your experiences? What have you seen? Give us your woo, Baptiste. Let's push your woo in this a little bit.
I can't talk about what I saw because it will break my objectivity, but I had my fair share.
Okay, so that opens up another question. How do you try and have objectivity if you're an experiencer? Because you can't deny what happened to you.
So when you look at that subject, you need to be aware of cognitive research. So you need to be aware of how your brain can show you something that isn't real. And you need to understand the different level of cognitive abilities inside your brain. And there is, I think, part of the woo is people not understanding what their brain is telling them. Because the brain is just a machine to sort out information and only give you what is necessary to your survival, so you don't get overloaded with unnecessary information. So when it encounters something for the first time, your entirety of your brain is just processing the information because it's the first time it has this memory. So that's why most witnesses will say that they didn't take a picture, just looked at it and were trying to understand what they were seeing because it wasn't in relation to anything in their memory previously. So the brain has to create a whole new scenario where that object has an existence. And then later, the very good footage we have are second-time witnesses that have that memory, recognize what is the craft, and think about taking a picture of it. So there is a huge part of bolt and nuts UFO research that is understanding how the human brain works.
That's just a terrific observation. So
okay, hold on, Bob.
Yeah.
You know me. I love challenging these type of questions. You know, I understand exactly what you're saying regarding the activity of the brain. We can't trust the brain or the eyes for no matter what they're saying, you know, at least 100% of the time, you know, because there is a fault of error that and a factor of error that goes into that. But with denial of the experience, because you may not trust what you saw, isn't that what the phenomena makes us do? Considering if you take multiple experiencers, if you are one, I am one, Bob is one, many people are multiple experiencers, you learn to recognize the energy, you learn to recognize the scenario that you have been put in to know whether or not it's a truthful happening or whether or not it's a dream state or your mind is seeing or thinking something else.
So I think it's also a misunderstanding because when we can cross-reference what the witness are saying, and the index reliability of a witness that is describing what he saw is 90%. He only has 10% false information in what he describes. But when you look at what he recounts, what he narrates as a story, you get down to 40% reliability because it's a story created by the brain to make sense of what he saw. So that's where you have the disconnect between the two. Somebody can see something, what he will describe from will be true, but the whole story is very heavily modified inside the memory of the event by the brain to make it more logical, to make it appeasing to the brain, to close the logical gap that has been created by the event.
Okay.
I love this. I love this observation.
Okay, and I agree with you on that. I'm not denying that. But what if you have a witness? What if it's more than two people, two or more people who are seeing and reporting on the same thing?
Yeah, that's observation. That's perfectly fine. What I'm worried about are the part of the story we tell about the observation. But I have no problem with anything that has been observed.
Exactly. But I can tell you for a fact, because I know research has been done by Donald Hoffman and others that shows that 5 witnesses will see 5 different things.
Also,
and this happens regularly in UFOs. You'll take 5 people out to the desert, something will be in the sky. You don't let them compare notes. They write stuff down, they draw a picture, and you get 5 reasonably similar things, but the details are different.
Yeah.
And so I love the fact that Donald Hoffman, who was studying the visual cortex and the visual processing in our conscious processes, came to his realization that we do not perceive reality. That Dave mentioned it, you mentioned it, and so he wrote this book called A Case Against Reality. Dave?
Okay, and I'm going to, and trust me, I am the least science guy here, so I'm just asking you guys the tough questions because you guys know way the hell more than me. That's why I went into journalism. So I didn't have to actually use my brain to think. But to follow that up, though, many people who are heavily involved with the phenomena will say or will counter what you just said, Bob and Baptiste, that the phenomena affects everybody differently. It doesn't matter what they see or how they report it. And like you just said, Bob, to use your example, you could have 5 different people and they see 5 different things, yet they're all standing there at the same time witnessing the same craft. How can we judge that this is an inaccurate reporting if the phenomena only allows certain people to see what it wants those people to see?
I wouldn't agree on that because, so for example, 5 people see the same thing. We create a scenario, there is an object, we define the object, and 5 people give 5 different accounts. The accounts are different, but the observation is the same. So one will say it's a balloon, one will say it's a saucer, one will say it's a square. But we had cases during the Belgium wave, or we have a triangle craft with a dome above and a dome under. And depending on the side you're looking at, you are looking at a different shape. So a witness that was very far behind only saw the part of the back of a triangle and saw a rectangle. A witness that was on the left of the craft only saw the domes with a little stripe on the front. So he saw a sphere with a stripe. So depending of the observation you have and the environment you are in will define the piece of data you will gather from the craft. So that can explain just the observational part. And then you have the storytelling by the brain. So for example, we have another case where we had a re-entry of a satellite. And so we knew perfectly what was coming on the ground, and we had UFO reports, and we checked them out. And all the witnesses agreed on what they saw, but their interpretation was different. Someone saw a craft that were falling down the earth with windows on the side, and another one say it was a fireball, but with rocks, parts of rocks inside of it. And when you get down to the object that is being described on the drawing, all is similar. What is different is the storytelling the brain created from the observation.
Right, 5 different observers, five different perspectives. And this, Dave, is before we take into account that maybe the intelligences are projecting screen memories with telepathy.
Agreed.
I mean, if we go to add that in, it's really cuckoo. Dave?
But to counter that, Baptiste, and I agree with what you're saying, but I think there is more to it, because I know that one of my scenarios that I had with 3 other friends, where I witnessed pixelation by a tree, and it was from the ground to about 8-9 feet up a tree. Only one other person in us 4 saw the pixelation. Now, the reason why the pixelation is important is because in British Columbia, where I live, First Nations people believe Sasquatch is a shapeshifter or interdimensional being. Many of them do. And when I saw that pixelation, and the other person did, the other 2 did not. They couldn't see it. I was pointing it out to them. They had no clue to it. We walk another 20 feet, 30 feet in front of us towards the front of the house, and right from where we were looking, where that pixelation was, we got roared at by a Sasquatch. Roared at. And I will tell you this, my man, I've never heard anything more freaky than that. Okay. But the point that I'm getting at is, it wasn't about observation. It was the fact that the phenomena only allowed 2 of the 4 to see it. And one of those people who did not see it is my guru, who trained me to see things. And Bob knows who it is, my friend Pascal.
Mm-hmm.
So I would also disagree. I'm sorry, I'm disagreeing a lot, because and to be honest, it pisses off a lot of scientists that don't want to deal with that. But we are a biological system. There is a genetic variability inside the population. That's why no matter how bad a disease would be, there will always be survivors, because we all have different way of performing our biological abilities. And on the part of the sensory system, we all have different sensibilities to different stimuli. So you can perfectly be able to distinguish between, for example, 2 shades of very close blue color, and another one would say, no, it's the same color. So you need to plug inside the fact that all of us have different abilities from our biological organisms.
I understand with what you're saying, but to counter that, I would say this. Number one, I don't think scientists today within this field are actually pushing the boundaries of what the phenomena is. And they are trying to handicap the phenomena within our current scientific realm without expanding the possibility, like Bob said earlier in the first half hour.
So that's just basic science. When you're doing science, you try to categorize everything that is happening inside categories that are very well defined. When it goes outside of a category, it's called an anomaly.
Time for new science.
Exactly. It's an anomaly, and to create a category for that anomaly, you need to do research. But research and science are 2 different things. So you need to talk to researchers if you want to study anomalies, and you need to take to scientists to have the science. It's 2 different parts of the scientific job.
Yes. Bob, I got one more before I'll pass it over to you. Okay, I agree with you, but in your statement of where you say you disagree with my analogy of it over what happened in the forest, I particularly would understand why you would do that. Okay, but my question to you is, what you just did from a scientific, not on a personal, but a scientific look, was you generalized my sighting without asking me, what did I actually see? What would be my knowledge of that pixelation? Somebody who's been trained in television and radio would know that the pixelation that I saw and the other person saw would be just the same type of pixelation as if you were pixelating someone's face off of camera to protect their identity.
So that's what we call personal bias, because you are using a screen memory from your own memories to explain something that your brain is struggling to understand. So that's how we could explain, because it is so related to your past. We can come to the conclusion that the only way your brains link the 2 information is because it was struggling to show you something.
I disagree with you on that, and the reason why, and I humbly disagree, because it wasn't just me. If it was just me, I would agree with you. But considering there was
Sorry.
another person within the four who saw the exact same thing. Your theory doesn't line up.
Did you say to him it was a
Actually, it does.
pixelation?
Actually, it does. What Baptiste is saying is you and the other person had something similar as an experience in the past, and both of your brains learned from each individual experience how to filter what it saw in the same way. So two different people had a set of experiences.
I looking at it that way, I can see where you're going with it. I still disagree with it, but I could see the path that you guys are pushing. Bob, we got 3.5 minutes.
Okay, so again, if a person wanted to read Baptiste about the data or the stories or the groups, etc., in France, let's just pick France. Give our audience your best initial recommendations, and of course they got to realize that they may need to translate from French to English, but there are great tools online for doing that. So can you give us some groups you think are worth looking at?
Can you reformulate the question to be a bit tighter, please?
Can you recommend to our audience some online groups that they can go look at in France for data?
The GEIPAN's data is openly available. There is no worry about it.
Let me say this: this GEIPAN for our audience.
Yes, and every cases that have been we don't say solved because it's just a counter examination. So the utmost level you can have on your report is unidentified. The GEIPAN will never say it's a craft or it's an apparition of something like that. It will only say what has been explained. So the idea of the GEIPAN was to create a data repository system with only unidentified and verified cases, so scientists could take these cases without having the task of studying cases by cases and finding the good ones. So you have all the good ones at the same spot for the scientists to use.
And the great part is this has been filtered through military channels to remove all of their objects. That's wonderful. So this is GEIPAN for our audience, and it's spoken of as GEIPAN in France and Europe. So it's just a common pronunciation for it. Dave, you got anything else before we leave?
Well, you know what? I think with 90 seconds to go here, I mean, the way that this subject is going with so many different groups that are starting up. You have just started up a brand new group with many people. I believe it's the study for UAP. What's your new group with
me or science?
Both. You Baptiste.
So we haven't disclosed it publicly yet. What we want to do is to use the methodologies and tools we've created in France for this study and to offer it to the public. It will be called UAP Check. There is a website, but it's not on the right update now, so we haven't publicized it yet. So it's an exclusive for you.
But aren't you in one in North America here too?
Sorry, what?
Aren't you in one in North America here too?
It will be an international platform. It will be devised for all countries.
Yeah, there's no reason to localize it because none of the data is classified or proprietary.
Yes, absolutely.
It can be for everywhere.
All right. Well, on that note, we're going to wrap up hour number 1, and we're having a great show tonight. Mm-hmm. Great show. We have our special guest, Baptiste Friscor from France, UAP, UFO researcher with Science Bob and friends, as we bring in Science Bob, Dr. Bob McGwier, each and every month to come on in and talk not so much about the woo, but the who, what, where, when, why, and how of everything paranormal and supernatural. A great show so far. Science Bob and Friends continues with hour number 2 next. And we'll try and get your questions in at the bottom of the hour as well. Spaced Out Radio continues right after this. All right, Science Bob, you guys chat. I'll be right back.
All right.
See you.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to the group coming online because I think it's going to look this citizen science stuff. I talked to Chris Mellon about citizen science and what it was going to do, and he agreed with me that it is the tool which the general public needs to pry open doors because it's data no one is allowed to filter.
Yeah, I agree. I talked about it with Lou Elizondo when I had on my show, and because in France we have a much higher level of secrecy. I mean, no information goes out of the army. That would be treason for us. So I was struggling to understand why do you want to pry open a safe when you can just have scientists working on the subject and talking to people, and that's why we built that project to really open up about what we have been working on for the last 50 years and give it out to the public and try to educate people in using it and have the most reliable information possible for scientists to use.
Have you developed in your profession a collection of materials that other educators can use?
Oh, yes. It's a whole part. We've trained. So in the GEIPAN, you have a small core team that is the administrative part, but you have 20 ground investigators that have been taught these methodologies to cancel out biases when they do the investigation.
So I mean, tools for educators in case they want to incorporate it in their classroom.
Not yet. In Belgium, they did that. They had some UFO-related materials created for giving lessons to students. In France, Belgium, it doesn't exist at that level.
Okay, offline, I'll get that from you so that I can take a look at it.
Yeah, sure.
I knew there had to be some educational group that would develop tools.
Yeah, but Belgium for decades was ahead of us. They almost had their own European GEIPAN created, but it was torpedoed by the UK.
Yeah, it would. And of course, doing what the US told it.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. No, it's very true. They said it was too costly for the benefits. And it was pushed by the Prime Minister of Belgium. It was really a shame. Really, really sad story.
The issue, I know what the issue is for our DOD and our intelligence community. They're scared that some open group will develop some good ideas about the technology, some new science, and maybe even new engineering, and then everybody, including our enemies, will gain access to it. I mean, that's their thinking.
I'm not even sure it's that. To be honest, each time I ask that question to a contact, inside the US military, he says that it's due to religious fear. They think it will be eschatological, it will create the end of the world, and the more you talk about it, the higher the chance you will destroy the world.
Yeah, there are a lot of religious people in the military, and they are worried about eschatological impact. They do worry about revelations coming true.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's the most, and you need to realize that the US is the worst place on earth to work on that subject. Pretty much any other country is more open about that subject. I mean, whole South America loves that subject. China is working like a horse on that subject. Russia has been studying it openly for 70 years. The only parts of the earth that are very hostile are the UK in first, the US, Austria, Germany, and all other countries are perfectly fine about that subject.
Yep. It's just if people want to figure out stuff that's going on that's interesting, they need to look outside the US. They really do. This is why I was really glad when Sky 360 moved to Europe.
Yes,
and my really good friends are just doing a great job with Sky 360, and it's been used. The data from it, I know for a fact, is being ingested by three-letter agencies inside the U.S.
Oh yes, I'm sure they've been caught listening to the German chancellor, so I'm sure they are very well listening to us.
All right. We got about 90 seconds, guys. 90
Okay.
seconds.
And regarding your sighting, did you think about active camouflage?
I thought about everything, Baptiste. I thought about everything. And I want you to know, and I want our audience to know, I may talk a lot of woo, but I am my biggest skeptic.
Yeah.
I just know
As
when
are we all.
I just know when to accept it. And for what it's worth through process of elimination.
So it's an oddball, but I was thinking of that because we are in the military, we are devising optical camouflage, but against video cameras, not for human eyes, but for DDS sensors. So when you look at it from a human point of view, it looks like squares that are very noticeable, but an automated camera doesn't register it the same way because it's confused by the borders with other pixels, and the algorithm for compressing the data just destroy the shape.
Not only that, it's easy to make an object emit photons that'll do scrambling on the sensor.
Yeah, so
that's why I have Science Bob to break it all down for me. Gentlemen, but Baptiste, I apologize. I got to cut you off there.
Sure.
Thank you to Bob, Lala, Nancy, and Mark for the amazing super chats. It's a wonderful way to support what we do on a show on a nightly basis. Here's hour 2.
You're listening to Spaced Out Radio with Dave Scott. Follow Dave on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio and on Facebook, Spaced Out Radio Show.
Hour number 2 of Spaced Out Radio is now underway. Thank you so much for taking the time to follow us. We really do appreciate earning your listening ears wherever you are on this beautiful planet we call Earth. Hello to everyone listening in on our terrestrial affiliates around North America, digitally on Odyssey Radio, TalkStream Live, and KPNL. All of our archives are free. Join us at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. The Desert Clam has set the password for tonight in the SOR Space Travelers Club. Matapolum. Matapolum is your password. Use it wisely, Space Travelers, as the Clam sets the password each and every night right here on Spaced Out Radio. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read the news wire, check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. Here we go with Science Bob and Friends. Dr. Bob McGwier is back with us again this month, as he is each and every month, to break down the science side of everything to do with the paranormal and supernatural. Tonight, we have, until the bottom of the hour, special guest all the way from France, Baptiste, who is a UFO researcher there. Science Bob, take it away.
Okay, so Baptiste, you're an educator, and you have introduced the topic of UAP, UFO, etc., to your students. Give 2 or 3 recommendations to anyone in our audience who might be an educator, how they might approach this subject.
I wouldn't, to be honest. So what happened is that my students requested me to work on the subject, and I would wait for that. I would just give them the opportunity to ask the question, because you don't want to push an agenda. Honestly, maybe 15 people on the planet knows exactly what is happening right now. So I think we need to be very cautious about what information we gave to young minds, because you can create trauma just by breaking their conception of how the world works. So I would wait for the students to do their work and ask questions. If they feel secure and free enough, they will ask the question. It's one of the main topics that they are interested in.
Yeah, I agree. So young people are looking at TikTok. They can see all sorts of UFP things that are on TikTok, and at least one person in your class will have seen it. And with 450 students, it's going to be more than one. Is that typical for you, 450 students?
Oh, it's much higher. It's like it was an 85% score in the vote. So
wow.
Yeah.
How about that, Dave? 85% of the students want to know about UAPs.
But you know what? That's not a surprising stat. Like I have children, my children are 24, 20, and 9, okay, because we're a blended family. But I look at them and they are so much more open to the possibilities compared to my generation, which is late 40s and up. They are so much more open and so much more seeking that knowledge that there is something more out there than what we are on this third planet from the sun. And it doesn't surprise me that 85%. I wouldn't even be surprised if that number was higher. I mean, if you eliminate the religious side of everything and those who just say, they take that subject home and they go to their parents and their parents are like, that's BS. There's nothing out there. We're just one and done on this planet. I think it adds up that it shows that children and that age group from say 0 to age 40 now are really more open-minded towards the aspect that we are not alone in the universe. That I think it's fantastic, guys.
I just wanted to add just a personal anecdote. My grandkids have friended Lala. So one of them just surprised the heck out of me. That's the only thing he cares about in talking to her. He watches us on Spaced Out Radio. He looks at us in other interviews. He talks to her about the woo. And none of this was known to me before she told me about it. And he was just all over it. Private messaging, everything, asking all sorts of questions. And I thought it was neat. And I suspect young minds are, in fact, Dave, really going to be much more open because their neural pathways are still plastic. They can be their brains can be modified more quickly when they're young.
Oh yeah. No, I think that's great. What is the exciting part for you, Baptiste, in teaching this younger generation about this subject and bringing some real truth to the fact that we may not be alone and that there are other factors out there that we need to consider?
So I have to be honest, absolutely none. I'm not a ufologist. I'm not interested in that subject. I have a duty to my students because I took an oath to give them information. But if I could go back in time and forbid me to talking about it at the cost of one of my harm, I would do so. It's taking way too much energy and time from my part to be of any interest for me. But I have a duty to us. So that's why I'm working on it. But I have no taste for it. There are lots of anomalies that are going on, and I have the same interest. For example, we barely explored our oceans. I would be very interested on a scientific point of view to explore our oceans before we explore other galaxies.
As an experiencer, though, if we take your science hat off, okay, and put your experiencer, your tinfoil on here for a second, okay, do you feel that you are in, because you want that scientific side of everything, do you feel that you are in denial of what you have experienced regarding the phenomena?
Oh, not at all. I'm perfectly aware of what I saw and the protocol that was around of it and the story that was told to me, and it was very well organized and very well defined. So I had no doubt about the level of intelligence that is behind it, and they showed me exactly what I needed to see to verify the various hypotheses I had at the time. So it was very clever in that part, very elegant in mathematical terms. So I absolutely do not deny what I experienced. It's just that I also recognize that I experienced it for myself, and it has no relation to scientific research.
Yep. So if you could, okay, let's get a suggestion. Let's suppose you have a classroom full of kids and they really want to figure out something about UAP, and half your class tells you to discuss it. Give us a typical example of an educational task you would give them that would allow them to discuss that in your classroom?
Sure. So I would put it inside the information management education. I would tell them that there is a lot of wrong information that has been spread about that subject and how to look for reliable source of information. So I would point them towards in a classroom with computers to use Google and to check what was the index of reliability of sources that was shown by Google. And they realize then that it's pretty much not reliable information. So I point them towards scientific research. And there are a lot of scientific paper that hasn't been publicized in vulgarization magazines, but there is a whole corpus of hundreds of white papers that has been published about that subject. And then towards the GEIPAN website, that is the authority in France for the subject. And the GEIPAN website says perfectly well, we can explain around 90% of the cases, but there is still 5 to 3% that is really unexplained. So the phenomenon is real. It isn't a doubt in France. The first study of the ancestry of the GEIPAN in 78, 1 year after its creation, was the phenomenon is real. We can't deny it happened.
Yeah, that's an excellent. And another thing that does, of course, is helps train students how to filter information. So that let's filter Google. Scholar Google is scientific papers.
Yes.
So people use Google like it was an encyclopedia. And they don't look at the index of reliability or anything like that. So they could bias what's coming through Scholar Google, where it's papers. So yeah, I think this is an important part of education that is not done in many of the places it should be. Dave, we are coming to the last 15 minutes. Do we have any audience questions?
Let me check here. Let's go. No, the questions are for you and I so far. Okay. I think people are just interested in learning about Baptiste and the way he is studying this phenomena, which I think is absolutely wonderful. Baptiste, I'm curious from your own standpoint, getting back to your own experiences, and I'm sure you're going to eye roll me here at any second here, but with the fact that you have this unique perspective that you can look at things from a scientific standpoint as well as from an experiential standpoint, do you not feel that somebody like you would be a great motivation and a great leader in this field by exploring both the phenomena from an experiential standpoint and a scientific standpoint, much like Gary Nolan is doing, comparatively to what we are seeing with so many different scientists and academics out there who are looking at this strictly as nuts and bolts, because you have firsthand experience in knowing that this phenomena has really nothing to do with nuts and bolts. It's a combination of everything that seems extremely biological.
So we will get down to the down and dirty of science, but to do science, you need budget. It's way easier to have a budget to research UFOs if you say that you are researching very high level of technologies, but if you are saying that you are in social studies and looking for experience point of views. That's that simple. There is plenty of scientists that are very well aware of experiencers, are experiencers themselves, but there is just no funds to study that. So at one point in science, you need funds to do science, and it's much easier to get funds in the UFOs when you are looking at graphs.
Yep.
Bob?
So I was just going to say, in the United States, the government has spent lots of money studying the impact of consciousness on all sorts of things, from remote viewing and other things like that, and they all keep it as top secret as they possibly can. So when everything is considered a threat and every technology is a potential weapon, and that's all you think about at the highest levels of government, it pretty much skews what gets funded.
There is a very funny story about that, because the Soviets had the same program as the SRI. So I was talking to an English folk, and he told me, so yes, so who started it? So the US say the Soviets started it, and the Soviets say the US started it. Then the UK said it was the French that started it.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. I'm going to put you on the spot, and you can take a little time if you want to. Here we are, Dave and I are asking you questions that we thought of before we brought you on. What question would you have asked yourself that we failed to ask?
Oh, it's a tough one.
Exactly.
You've been very gentle with me. I would have grilled myself much harder on my sighting.
Okay, good. Then tell us tell us about what category do you put your sighting in? Was it a craft? Was it a thought projection? What was it?
I will talk about generally the topic, not about my sighting. So you have a thing that is a very long tradition in the US, and you're thinking it's only the US, but it's happening on the whole earth. It's what you call the Men in Black. So your Men in Black, right now you're thinking it's a government agency that are talking to experiencers to shut them down. But if you go back to your own history, it's not that. Men in Blacks were seen as interfaces. The Soviets call them the robots. They created the term robots to define machines that could act like humans. And back in the 50s, the Men in Black were that. It was human-shaped robots that could talk to humans and interface with them. And that interface has always been present, even in France. We have a lot of reports of them in France. And we are not talking about government agents. So in a kind of way, the movie Men in Black with Will Smith is a weird flex of something that is anomalous, and the movie is trying to pass it for government agents, but it's not that at all. It's not that at all. So my sightings were in that kind of field because we have a long tradition of talking with that interface in France, but it's happening in all the countries, and the Soviets is very well known about it.
Yeah, so if people in the United States want to read an English-speaking writer who talked about Men in Black, The Mothman Prophecies by John Keel is a really good place to go. And in that book, he has a non-human intelligence that interacts with people, and Men in Black coming and talking to them. So that is a English-speaking person from 50 years ago. This book was written. So
Yep.
this topic has been around forever.
And the character of Indrid Cold in that context is very close to what we would call a Men in Black.
Yeah, non-human intelligence that's interacting, and it's some kind of personification of whatever intellect is trying to interface with you. Dave,
Absolutely.
what do you have?
Well, I'm more curious in regards to the fact that, do you believe, Baptiste, that we are being visited by other life forms, whether they are extraterrestrial, time travelers, or whatever they may be? Do you think that we have had some sort of contact, or is it, in your opinion, too early to tell?
I don't think it's biological, to be honest. That would be pretty dumb for any biological entity to try to do that. And look at what we are doing. We are launching probes, and the further we are launching the probes, the more artificial intelligence we put inside, because there is just a so long time delay. And then you need to consider that what we are witnessing is a very various phenomena. So you have very different technologies that are being shown, very different crafts that are being shown, very different source of energy that are being shown. And what they don't use is almost more interesting than what they use. So we have no reports of ballistic weapons. There is no ballistic weapons in UFOs, which is very strange to us. We've just mastered the first directed energy weapons maybe 40 years ago, and it was requiring a whole building to fuel that. So it's really interesting that you have that level of technology that is much more like a tool used as a weapon than a weapon to create harm.
So I want to agree. So this is Bob, the scientist who was trained in quantum physics. I believe that we are going to see quantum teleportation of information delivered from a long way away by a sublight craft. And the sublight craft, the time on board will be lickety split because of the time dilation. And while it takes a long time for it to get here, on board, not so much time has gone past. So you will easily be able to transport entangled particles. And from that, you can build a quantum network. And I think that the entity way off in outer space can have a quantum network here to the Earth where information is transferred over a quantum network. Now, what does this mean? This means they can sit at home and guide their robots, and it's be faster than light. I mean, this is the only thing that makes sense. You've got a sublight transport of your robot, sublight transport of entangled particles, and then faster than light transport of operational information. This is coming, and it's how a big intelligence would explore the galaxy.
Yes, I agree. I don't, Sabine Sonnenfelder. She's a physical
She's
theorist.
so awesome.
And she just published a video about how we don't understand what the limit of speed is. So if anyone is interested in your audience about that subject, I would forward them toward the last video of
This is Sabina Hossenfelter. Her Twitter handle is SDKH, and she is a brilliant theoretical physicist in Europe, and I literally watch every video she makes. She recently put out a video that talks about how the speed of light we've made some mistakes and how to look at it, and she believes that it is not the actual speed limit. Dave, what do you got?
Baptiste, you were part of the Society for UAP Studies.
Yeah.
With Rich Hoffman, Kevin Knuth, and many other brilliant people who are in this field. Beatrice, who's a good friend of all of ours here as well. You know, in this study where we see a bunch of different scientists and very strong brains of people coming together in this, we also see a familiarity in the same types of setup with the SCU, with UAPX, and Enigma Labs, and many other different groups that are coming together. What's the difference between all of these groups that are now forming when many of the people are in multiple groups and many they all seem to have the same mantra. They all seem to have the same what we're all about. What is this about?
Inside UAP Check, we are currently mapping what are all the organizations we can interact with. And I wouldn't agree that they are the same because they have been built in different goals to reach. So, for example, the MUFON has been created to have witness reports that can be treated by science. The SCU has been created to make scientific studies based on witness reports, but on also scientific data from radars, from infrared cameras, etc. The Society for UAP Studies has been created to create a place to share information between social studies and art sciences. We call it in France, I'm not sure of the term in English. So each entity has its own volition, its own goals to reach out. So I wouldn't agree that they are all the same. You see the same people because each individual has his own interests and will fit inside different organizations. For example, I have very little interest in what is the MUFON doing, so I'm not part of the MUFON team, but others are very involved with the MUFON. Same thing for the SU. I'm very interested in their studies, but I'm not part of it because I read their studies and extract information.
I want to say one quick thing. One should look at the leadership of the groups to see what's going on.
Good point, Bob. Baptiste, thank you so much for coming on Spaced Out Radio. Baptiste Friscoeur, everybody. We'll be back with Science Bob and myself for the next half hour of Science Bob and Friends as we say goodnight to our great friend Baptiste, all the way in France. Or we should say good morning to you, Baptiste. We'll be right back. Spaced Out Radio.
Goodbye.
See you, my friend. Thank you so much for doing this.
We saw
it has
the
been a
sun,
pleasure.
we saw the sun come up behind you.
Yeah, I am light now.
Yes, that's awesome. That is awesome.
I need to run to work. See you.
Take
Goodbye.
care.
See you, Baptiste.
Bye-bye.
That was a good choice.
Yes, it was.
You got look. I'll invite you to the group.
I don't know if I would be good for that group.
I think you would. I really do. Mostly what goes on in there is purveyance of filtered journalism. In other words, Baptiste puts out a lot of stuff that comes from journal sources and sometimes scientific sources, and then discussion happens all over the place. And if you don't feel you fit, you can drop out.
Sure. Add me. What's another one?
And the membership is pretty awesome.
Yeah, no, that'd be great. That'd be great if you could.
Yeah, I mean, Coltart's in there. Chris, what's his name? The Air Force pilot's in there. It's loaded with good people. Rich Hoffman's in there. I mean, it's loaded with good people.
Oh, Rich, yes.
Oh, he's everywhere.
By the way, we should.
Rich is a nuts and bolts guy. He doesn't want to hear anything else.
Oh, that's why I have no problem challenging him.
Yeah,
I have no problem challenging any of these guys.
No, me either. Rich likes me and knows me, but he knows I'm an experiencer.
We'll get into that in the next half hour here, and I'll explain why.
Good.
Okay. We'll get into that.
But that's the reason I said look at the leadership, because they're going to bias what goes on.
Oh yeah, absolutely they will. Absolutely.
If they're all military and intelligence, it's going to be nuts and bolts.
I agree.
Did my microphone get better in the last half hour?
Yes, it did.
Yeah, I swapped to the new boom mic. I forgot I was on the webcam mic.
Oh, that'll do it every time, Science Bob.
Yeah, and this microphone's right beside me, and it's one of these really Nancy but nice boom mics with a cardioid pattern.
Oh, good. You need that cardioid pattern, man.
Yes, I want the null toward the wall and the gain toward me. Now, is that moonshine or water?
That's water. Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yes. Old Bob's abstemious these days. Doesn't go with my medicine.
You know what? There isn't much better than ice cold water.
I love it. I love water.
Ice cold water. Can't stand room temperature water, but ice cold water. Oh.
Well, I mean, it's over 80 here during the day now. I mean, we need ice cold water.
Yeah, that must be nice. I got 3 inches of snow overnight.
Oh, I'm sure you do.
Oh yeah, yeah. It all melted today.
Yeah, so my background will get better because my green screen arrives in 2 days.
Nice.
See where it has the weirdness at the edge? That'll be gone with the green screen.
Okay, we got about just over 1 minute here.
And you lead away, whatever you want to do.
Sure. We can do that. We got about 45 seconds. And big thank you tonight to Bob, Lala, Nancy ×2, Mark, Obi Flett, Kira, Tim Othman. Thank you for the love and support. We really do appreciate you helping us on out. It's a great way to support what we do. Remember, give us a thumbs up, thumbs down. And after the show, make sure you leave a comment. Let us know what you think of tonight's show. Hi, Blake McCreary. Welcome to SOR Chat. And let's see. Here we go in 3 seconds. We passed the halfway point of Spaced Out Radio tonight. My name is Dave Scott. Very much appreciate earning your listening ears. Want to remind you that if you missed portions of this show or others, please check out our free archives at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read the news wire, check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. We continue on tonight with Science Bob and friends. Dr. Bob McGwier is with us until the top of the hour. And Science Bob, it's always good to have you here, my friend.
Oh, it's always good to be with you, Dave. I love the second Wednesday of every month.
I want to say something here, Bob, and you being the scientist, and I've waited a long time to have this chat with you because I wanted to have this chat with you publicly. Being a scientist, formerly of Virginia Tech, a scientist for the United States government, a spy, everything that you have done on your resume, including the fact that you have now come out as a multiple experiencer, which I think is wonderful. I have been a little bit personally rocked ever since we interviewed Rich Hoffman about 6 weeks ago. And I think Rich is a good guy. I think he has a very good heart. And, but I think on this topic, the way he made the impression on me, and I'm not saying this to be insultive to Rich, pardon me, but the way he made it sound to me was that the scientific community does not care about the public and transparency when it comes to UFOs and what is truly going on. And he believes that that's the only way science can solve it is if all of the mouthpieces, from experiencers to those who have a vested interest in this topic, kind of stepped aside and let the big boys and girls do the work and let them get down to what is actually going on, the nuts and bolts side of everything. Then I hear somebody like Baptiste tonight, and that was my first time talking to him, and I got a lot of admiration and respect for his knowledge. Especially, you can tell he very much cares about his students if his students want to learn over in France about UFOs. But the one thing that I am seeing in regards to a pattern with somebody like Baptiste, who knows a lot of people, has a lot of pull in this field, is the denial of their own experiences. You have gone a different direction where you have now over time accepted your experiences and are trying to figure out the science around them comparatively to what other people are doing in this field, other scientists and educators in this field are doing in this field, which is denying the experiential part. And yet, when it comes to the phenomena, they are both so intertwined. Why is science having such a hard understanding that the two are combined?
Okay, so I'm going to give you my experience because that's really the thing that I can talk about. But I think it's relevant in the extreme to your question, given that I operated a scientific career at an extremely high level. I had experiences before I came out. I had all sorts of experiences which were wild with Chris Bledsoe, and after I had them, the hitchhiker followed me home. By that, I think I mean when you get close to the phenomenon, you become quantum entangled, and it hangs on to you as you leave. So I just think that that's what's going on. So I don't have ironclad proof, but that's the evidence my mind sees. So why didn't I talk about it in 2019? Because I still worked for Virginia Tech, and I had a security clearance that allowed me to work for the United States government and on behalf of them. So I self-filtered. I didn't talk about it out loud. You and I would talk about anything after UFOCon 2020, but I wouldn't talk about it in public. And so over time, as I left, became financially independent, was no longer had a security clearance, I came out in the open. They are not unrelated. They are directly related. I did not want to be excluded from the groups I worked with when I was still inside. So I kept my mouth shut. That's number one. Number two, when I was inside and financially dependent on them for my income and status and everything else, I needed funding. I can't talk about weird stuff and get funding. So as that came to an end and I became financially independent, I became a prominent voice out in our community as a scientist, engineer, person who could talk about all of this. And the only benefit I brought is I would talk about it. So I'm currently being talked to in secret by lots of people inside, none of whom are divulging classified information, but all of them are talking to me about their personal experiences and telling no one besides me.
Okay, I understand that, and I can appreciate that. But why are I understand why experiencers are not taken seriously because of the anecdotal evidence, because of the way the brain works. I look at a gentleman like Baptiste, and my wish for somebody like him, and I even asked him this, and I want your opinion on this. This is a man who is an experiencer. This is a man who is also denying publicly his experiences for nuts and bolts. This is a man who could be a major leader in this field if he were to open up to his experiences, accept his experiences, and still continue with the scientific aspect while using the knowledge that he has gained from what he has experienced.
So I don't disagree. But again, he is still inside a system. He is still an active educator. He cannot go out and talk cuckoo to the people that pay his bills. I'm just telling you how it is. He is filtering himself for his professional reasons.
I can understand that, but he could still do it privately.
Oh, but he doesn't trust anybody to keep stuff secret.
But
I don't blame him.
I do. I do.
I don't blame him.
I understand with what you're saying. Okay. Look, I know many experiencers, as you do, who sit behind the scenes because they don't want their business affected. They don't want their daytime job affected. Then there are people such as myself who've literally put their reputation and lives on the line and everything around them, not for publicity because we are trying to say, hey, look at us. Well, we're waving the experiencers flag. The fact that we're not afraid to go public about our answers. And I know I was afraid the first 2 years of this show. What would my colleagues think of me back in radio now that I'm hosting a show on Woo, and they are now bugging me about what I'm doing? And when I learned that my colleagues were actually quite proud of me for what I was doing, it gave me more confidence to actually continue.
Yep.
Now, as an educator, I understand when you're playing with young minds that you want to give them the proper information. But we do need, what this community does need, Bob, is it needs more science Bobs. It needs more Baptistes and more Gary Nolans who are experiencers to try and be able to blend an antiquated science that is going to take a giant leap forward when the phenomena comes out, and take those experiential sides and blend the two.
So I just look. The reason I keep emphasizing people like Roger Penrose and Donald Hoffman is they are deeply ensconced in scientific circles, and Gary Nolan. The three of them are deeply ensconced inside scientific circles. And so they carefully bring out the work that is relevant to experiencers, but couched in the language that will be used in peer-reviewed papers. They understand the constraints that they're operating under in order to get interesting scientific work based on interesting data into regular peer-reviewed journals that currently exist. There's not a peer-reviewed journal for experiencer psychology. There just isn't. And so we need cognitive scientists married with neuroscientists, married with psychologists, married with physicists, together working on experiencers, and then leading to papers that are peer-reviewed. And we're just going to talk about aliens all you want on this show, Dave. But they're not going to do it in their circles.
I get that. I appreciate that. It's just the idea that, oh, yeah, I figured. It's just the idea, though, that, Bob, if we want to advance it, we can't be afraid to take that chance because we want to be nuts and bolts, or we want to be all woo. There is a healthy combination between that very few outside of, say, Rice University and the studies there, or Gary Nolan at Stanford.
Okay, but look at what is at Rice University. It's the Department of Religion. It's not the Department of Physics.
Which is fine by me.
That's fine by me. But what I'm telling you is scientists that do physics and engineers that do electrical engineering, computer science, mechanical engineering, material stuff, all that other stuff, they need funding to run their life.
Oh, yeah. I agree. It comes down to funding, but it still doesn't mean that you have to take sides on the pedestal.
What I see, what Rich Hoffman will say, I'm just not going to discuss it, rather than discuss it. And it's but Rich Hoffman has been around for 50 years in this subject. He started in Dayton, Ohio, associated with Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. That guy's got to know more about what's actually going on than almost anyone that talks outside, because he was involved. Okay, he's just not going to cross the line because he's of that generation. If you want to get people who are going to cross the line, they got to be younger in general. This is not an ageist argument. It's just a practical one. They're going to be younger than people like Rich Hoffman.
I agree.
They just are.
I agree. And you know what? We need that, and this is where, I think what Baptiste is doing is brilliant with his students. You could tell.
And he is extremely careful about how he introduces the topic to his students. He waits until they ask him.
I agree. And I think it's exciting.
In France, he has that freedom. And the United States, they have lesson plans that are already made out for them. They have the topics before they ever walk into a class. Teachers are as close to robots as you can get now.
Oh, yeah. Even up here, man. Even up here. Science Bob and Friends continues on with Dr. Bob McGwier tonight on Spaced Out Radio. Bob, in regards to the scientific aspect and the denial of the experience, I disagreed with what Baptiste was saying in regards to all of these different groups, okay, that are popping up left, right, and center. I mean, they're popping up faster than a McDonald's franchise in the 80s and 90s. And it makes me wonder, is there a bunch of hidden money that these groups are going after behind the scenes? Are they doing it for the sake of humanity, or are they doing it because they just have an interest because we see a lot of overlapping members in a lot of these groups.
All of the above. You've got all of the above, Dave, because you have people from everywhere. So right now, there's no overall leadership because there's no high-ranking leaders who are talking openly with funding and authority behind them. You need that to provide leadership in an area. And there's no peer-reviewed journal. There's no main source of funding. There's no main source of technology and leadership at the technological levels, scientific levels, engineering levels in this field. You need leadership in order to guide the people beneath them. And right now you don't have it because there's no mechanism for them.
I understand that. I have a real tough time with the funding card. Okay. I really do. I understand where it comes into play because nobody wants to do anything for free.
Mm-hmm.
I get that. Okay. But I have, with the amount of information that is out there that could potentially be peer reviewed, when you have a bunch of scientists out there who are refusing, I think out of ego. I'm not going to pick
I'm going to disagree. Let me stop you because I'm going to disagree with you. The issue with the scientists, and the data is out there, they weren't around controlling the acquisition of the data. They don't have any parentage on it. They don't know the paths through which it traversed, and so they cannot trust it to put it in a peer-reviewed paper.
Okay. I'll take the word peer-reviewed paper out of that. Okay, the words. But the point that I'm getting at is, if I'm a scientist, if I'm in your shoes, or even as a journalist that I am, okay, if I'm wanting to learn more and take a deep dive into this, there is so much free information out there to help figure out which way I'm going to go, which path I'm going to go down, that I don't need a budget or to hide behind the words of a budget in order to get it.
Because this is true. And I'm going to give some recommendations because you've supported them on the show. Excuse me for interrupting, but I just want to point out that Cheryl and Linda Costa provided a bunch of data, and that's data is available, and the way they got it is easy to follow, and others can do it.
Absolutely. But I think of Richard Dolan. I think of Grant Cameron. I think of the late Jim Mars, the late Stanton Friedman, Linda Moulton Howe before she went on her Antarctica rampage. Okay. I think of a lot of these different ufologists. If you sort through the woo that you don't want to believe, but sort through the information that has been laid out over decades from people who have already done the work, to me, when and to a lot of our listeners, Bob, when we see scientists getting involved with this, number one, it's exciting, okay, because it's going to help bring credibility, which is a good thing.
Yeah.
But what I'm not understanding is on the public facade that we are seeing, many of the scientists, not all, many of the scientists are taking all of that free information. They're throwing a bunch of cement on it, letting that cement dry and say, okay, now we have a clean slate. Now where do we start? When they've covered up valuable information that could already help them.
Yeah, they could easily do science by doing statistical analysis and other correlative data, other correlation processes like Linda and Cheryl have done, but do it in a better way or better journals, etc. There's lots of data out there available for analysis, and you can provide scientifically valid ways of looking at it.
Okay, if as a scientist, take off your woo hat, okay, and let's think Science Bob here. If you were starting from the beginning, what advice would you give any new scientist coming into this field? What advice would you give them?
Do not reject data. Figure out how to filter it.
Okay. Would you tell them or advise them, like many scientists are these days, to take the people in ufology and throw them into the wayside because they're useless for the study?
No, because there are people in ufology that are not useless. There are people in ufology that are in it for their own reasons. So try to find those that have a genuine interest in support of the public finding out things.
Does that line of questioning make you uncomfortable?
No, absolutely not.
Okay, the reason why I asked that is because I noticed that when your answers get shorter, it's like a Dave turn the topic kind of thing.
No, we don't know what when my answers get shorter, I can tell you right now, because I take the question you gave me so seriously that I am really crafting my answer carefully. Because Dave, we have 100,000 people listening to us, and I don't want to feed them BS.
And I love that about you. I do. Bob, let me rephrase the question then regarding this. Why has science or scientists, which are brilliant people, okay, why have or where have they gone wrong in snubbing ufology? Now, I can see where ufology has been snubbed because you look at the politics on UFO Twitter, you look at the way that people are shredding people online, and a lot of the scientists, being professional, don't want to play that game.
Yep.
But yet, on the flip side, they seem to be lumping everybody into the same category. We get it here, Bob, where I've got comments from scientists before, all you podcasts are alike. And I have to go in there and say, well, number one, we're not a podcast. We're a live radio show that spans across North America. Our podcast is our recorded side that people could listen to at any time. Same as our YouTube, which helps us expand our audience across the world. But by no means are we a podcast.
Yep.
We're all lumped in to the same category. How do we change that?
Okay, so again, they don't have time to figure out how to filter it. They're running around trying to acquire funding for their laboratories and places to put their papers. They don't have time to figure out who they can listen to and talk to in UFO Twitter when they're in the same world, when they're just joining the world. It's the benefit of the expenditure of their time. And they are busy people. A full professor at a university who is a scientist is a manager of 100 people. And so they don't have time to run around and figure out who to filter. They find easier ways to support their people.
Let's quickly get to some questions. We have 90 seconds. Jules is asking, what galaxy is behind you on your picture, Bob?
That's the Pinwheel Galaxy. It's a Messier object, and I took that picture with my own telescope.
Beautiful. Dave Walters, can I get your opinions on Canada announcing it's launching a space launch platform for rockets? Yes, about time. But watch out for Canada, because right now, the way the UFO study is going on up here, there are questions between the Canadian government and the head scientists and what is actually happening with the truth that NASA is not talking about regarding this subject. Beware of that.
And I want to say Canada has an official ability to put funding behind things, but look at all the small entities that have done it in commercial platforms. Canada has more money to do it than they do.
All right, final question here. We got 30 seconds. And that question comes from Coin Exchange. Could you briefly discuss the differences, Bob, between a person's cognitive association of an event of seeing something strange happening versus recalling an event without association?
Oh, wow. So one is a stronger filter than the other. And it's really hard to keep an open mind when you bring all the biases together. But so over time, memories drift.
Unless you write it down.
Right. Write it down is imperative. Record it with a camera. Record it with audio. Record it with video. Any recording you can do, you gotta do.
That's awesome. Probably one of the best Science Bob and Friends episodes we've had in a long, long time. Thank you, Science Bob. Thank you, Baptiste Friscore, for being our guest. Coming up next, we're going to head to the swamp. Then little Timmy Senor is going to be here for the UFO report. We continue with Hour 3 next. That was literally one of the best Science Bobs we've had in a long time, my man.
It was great. It was great. Baptiste, I knew he was going to be good. And I was kicking myself for not having asked him before now.
No, I like him. I like him a lot. You know,
And
and
he's doing a great job with his students. He really
beautiful.
is.
Really, I fully agree with you.
He has a fully trained scientific mind, dedicating it to the instruction of young people.
And we
It's
need
admirable.
it. Absolutely. Absolutely. Shaq Valet, how you doing, buddy? Thank you for that great super chat. Really appreciate it, man. Love the Kroner. Love the Kroner. Appreciate you. Science Bob, we're going to let you go here.
All right. I'll be on the YouTube channel for a while.
We love you, man. And big thank you for you and Lala coming to our Las Vegas event next month. We'll have one more show in between that. And very much appreciate your love, my friend.
Take care, man.
You too. Take care. There's Science Bob, everybody. We love Science Bob around here. I'm just going to quickly step away, grab a drink, and I'll be right back for Hour 3. All right. Big thank you tonight to Shaq, Valet, Nancy H times 2, Tim Mothman, Kira, Obi Flett, Mark, and Lala and Bob for the amazing super chats tonight. It's a wonderful way to support what we do on this show on a nightly basis. So thank you so much for everything that you guys do. Thank you to everybody who's given us a thumbs up, thumbs down. And don't forget after the show to leave a comment. If you're new here, please hit subscribe, ring the bell. We work hard for you 7 nights a week to bring you, some great programming on this show on a nightly basis. And once again, if you are planning on going to Las Vegas, the VIP tickets are available for another 3 days. 3 days. That's it. We're shutting it down on the 15th because we got to get all the swag bags ready for you. So we want to see you there in Las Vegas at the Golden Nugget for the second annual fan party, May 19th through 21st. And we got a great list that's going to be there. Science Bob is going to be there. Tim Senor is going to be there. Random Guy is going to be there. Lala Bright's going to be there. Melinda Leslie, Lorian Fenton, Geraldine Orozco are going to be there. Jim Goodall and Michael Schratt are coming, and we're going to have a great time. Here comes our 3.
Would you like to connect with us? Head to spacedoutradio.com for all your latest show info. Now, back to Dave Scott and SOR.
Third and final hour of Spaced Out Radio is now underway. Thank you so much for joining us. We very much appreciate earning your listening ears wherever you are on this beautiful planet we call Earth. Hello to everyone listening in on our terrestrial affiliates around North America, digitally on Odyssey Radio, TalkStream Live, and KPNL. All of our archives are free. Join us at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. The Desert Clam has set the password for tonight in the SOR Space Travelers Club, Matapolum. Matapolum is your password. Use it wisely, space travelers, as the Clam sets the password each and every night right here on Spaced Out Radio. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read the news wire, check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. It is that time of the night once again where we head to the swamp. Our resident swamp dweller is up for another spooky journey.
Hi, Spaced Out Radio listeners. This is Swamp Dweller. It's time for your nightly dose of spookiness on the show. If you have an interesting encounter or a spooky story that you would like to share, be sure to submit them in at swampdweller.net. You can also find our YouTube channel at youtube.com/swampdwellerreads. Now, let's chill out, relax, and together, let's enter the swamp. My ex and I were traveling around from Colorado down through southern Arizona back in 2017 or so. We paid $15 for a backcountry permit, the plan being to camp out on the White Mountain Apache Reservation, which is a super cool canyon through which the White River flows and palm trees and saguaro cactuses bloom like crazy in the springtime. We drove my 2002 Tacoma down the windy 2-track road, down to a stream we crossed in the truck. Some native kids were playing in the water. It was a beautiful day, and we had my beloved dog at the time, Cookie, with us in the air-conditioned back seat of my extended cab. Anyway, we wound up finding a fantastic shady beach to camp on. But since no one else was crossing that stream or paying for the reservation permit, the only people out there were a handful of ranchers covering the entire western Fort Apache lands. And, well, let's just say we had mixed feelings about the isolation and being so alone. I mean, there was no cell service, and in the back of my mind, I knew we had to cross that creek again to get out of there in case of an emergency. But it was nice having the place to ourselves. However, the canyon, it really did have a creepy vibe, and my dog Cookie kept staring at the hillside, which did not help that subtle feeling of being watched. We walked down the road a bit and saw an excellent path that led down to the river, marked by a sign that read simply, "Natives Only." Of course, we did not want to be disrespectful or even think about what might happen if we were caught down there. Some big white clouds were rolling in, so we returned to our sandy beach to get our tent set up. We brought some leftovers out, which didn't keep very well in the heat, but we ate them anyway. The clouds had cleared and made way for a clear and starry night, luckily. We were lying in the sand and looking up at the stars, trying to make out some constellations, when we saw what we thought at first was a shooting star. But unlike a shooting star, which is visible for a fleeting second as it burns through the atmosphere of the Earth, this star was flying around, making little turns and squiggly little routes, as if getting bigger. Just then, another light appeared closer than the first. We saw it flying right at us. It almost looked like one of those little festival rides, like when you sit in one of those little pods and go around in circles. Still, whatever this thing was flew right down into the canyon and hovered way above us, blocking out the very stars and sky that we were trying to look at. I kid you not, a thin, laser-like light beamed down from the craft. It looked like different colored lights were pulsing down from the beam, casting weird shadows in the canyon walls, seemingly materializing in other spots. We could see one of the lights was behind this bushy shrub, a few yards away from us. The bush was all lit up from behind, and we could see the light was moving around and behind the bush, but we couldn't see what it was looking for. Cookie seemed transfixed, but we weren't scared or anything at first. It was pretty cool with the lights, and we still didn't know if it was some drone or something like that, which would be odd, but not exactly uncommon these days. The light around the bush appeared to be peeking out at us, almost like if it were trying to look at us. It honestly kind of reminded me of those robots from the movie I, Robot, where the ethereal light begins with no natural solid substance, but instead comprised of energetic light frequencies similar to a hologram. This blue-green light seemed curious about us, not necessarily threatening. It also was pulsing with different colors now and appeared to be communicating via complex light patterns to the other light beings still spread out around the canyon at the time. I'm not sure what happened, but we must have fallen asleep at some point because when we woke up, it was morning, and we were in the tent. People talk about time loss and post-abduction confusion, which happened because the next day we weren't even really sure if it was a dream or if it had happened at all. We had thought about staying another night, but we thought better of it and decided to take off early. So we drove out and crossed the creek again with no problem and bumped down to Phoenix, then out to California. And apparently, that whole region is super infamous for UFO sightings. So maybe, just maybe, we got unlucky and camped in one of its hotspots.
And that's why we love the swamp dweller around here who takes us on a creepy journey each and every night here on Spaced Out Radio. And we love the swampy who takes us on that journey. And we want to say, hey, if you want more, all you got to do is go over to his YouTube channel. Go to youtube.com/swamp dweller reads, and you can hit subscribe there and listen to thousands of stories just like that one for free. From the swamp to the stars, it is time once again for us to bring in little Timmy Senor, our resident Timbit, on the UFO Report.
Nobody's gonna know. They're gonna know.
Tim Senor, Timmy, how you doing there, buddy?
Doing good. How are you, Dave?
I'm good. I'm going to get you to turn your microphone up just a little bit. You're a little quiet there for us. But
you just let me know when to stop.
Right there. Sounds perfect.
All right.
Absolutely perfect. Hey, what is happening, man? What's going on with you in the UFO world? You got any aliens? Got any good alien stories?
I don't personally. I've heard some pretty good ones lately, but I don't personally have any to report here in Oregon. No, not at this time.
No,
I
don't have any UFO or alien stories of my own either. I have heard some good ones recently, but I don't have any for myself just yet. And one of these days, the one thing that I will say is this: when you got aliens, you got aliens, and you just have to admit that you got aliens. And some people just need to admit they've got some aliens running around, Tim.
I mean, if you're having that experience, it's time to buck up. Yeah. You got to come to terms.
Absolutely. Come to terms with them aliens, man. come to terms with them aliens. That's all I got to say. Man, it's been a busy, busy week so far within the UFO community and everything that is going on with it. I mean, some very exciting news. Matt Ford, a good friend of this show from the Good Trouble podcast, was taking a private tour through the Pentagon and in Washington, D.C. today, where he was briefed and was able to break a story about actual hearings coming up on UFOs as early as next week, Tim. This is very exciting news, and good on Matt. And the reason why I like to support Matt, guess who the first radio show he listened to about this subject? Yes, it was ours. Yes, it was ours. And we got to bring Matt on here very quickly to talk about this. But it seems like Senator Kirsten Gillibrand seems to be getting very, very upset with the delays, with the lack of information, with the lack of budget that is being pushed towards Arrow. And it seems like she's doing what a politician should, and that's saying, look, if you're not going to do the job that we want you, I'm going to take the horse by the reins here, and I'm going to take control of writing this subject out. Tim, what do you got on it?
Very exciting story, actually, coming from the New York Times, from none other than Leslie Kean and Ralph Blumenthal covering this story. And so a House subcommittee is scheduled to hold next week, in fact, exactly a week from tonight, next Wednesday, the first open congressional hearing on identified aerial vehicles in more than half a century, with testimony from two top defense intelligence officials. So the hearing comes after the release of last June of a report requested by Congress on UAP, and that 9-page preliminary assessment from the Office of the Director of National Intelligence focused on 144 incidents dating back to 2004 and was able to explain only one. So the report declined to draw inferences, saying that the available reporting was largely inconclusive. So now the assessment concluded that the objects were not secret U.S. tech and that we currently lack data to indicate any UAP are part of a foreign collection program or indicative or of a major technological advancement by a potential adversary. So the hearing scheduled for next Tuesday, now it's actually Wednesday, is intended to focus on the work of a group within the Pentagon that is followed up by the national security and flight safety questions raised by the report. So it looks like in this quote, since this is an area of high public interest, any undue secrecy can serve as an obstacle to solving the mystery, or it could prevent us from finding solutions to potential vulnerabilities. So this is coming from Representative Andre Carson, a Democrat of Indiana. And so we're looking into the hearing about examining the steps that the Pentagon can take to reduce the stigma surrounding reporting by military pilots and by civilian pilots. So we have scheduled witnesses, including Ron S. Moultrie, the Undersecretary of Defense for Intelligence and Security, and Scott W. Bray, the Deputy Director of Naval Intelligence. And so having the federal government and intelligence community have a critical role to play in contextualizing and analyzing reports, coming from Representative Adam B. Schiff, the California Democrat, who is also chairman of the House of Intelligence Committee. So we're seeing in another report, and I will skip to that one, and that is covering the fact that we do in fact have Senator Kirsten Gillibrand taking the lead role on this. And so in a quote, she's saying next week's Senate UFO hearing should focus on government research and not Skinwalker Ranch, in a quote. So, and this is coming from the Roswell Daily Record. And it's looking like it's going to be a no-nonsense hearing, and being led by Kirsten Gillibrand, the hearing is likely to center on testimony from Sean Kirkpatrick, the head of All Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, or ARROW. So it's important to consider the involvement of that organization within some of the questions that will be brought forward. But it looks like this is going to be brought forward in a very realistic light, and people's feet are going to be held to the fire on this with Senator Gillibrand at the reins. And I know we're all very excited. This is a really great stroke. This is a big win for people that are looking for truth and potential transparency on this topic. So let's see how it plays out next week. Dave, over to you.
Well, I think it's also going to be important to see, what does Senator Gillibrand do with this? She has now publicly stated that she is not happy with the way that Arrow has been underfunded in the defense budget. She was stating that she is not happy with the lack of information that is coming out, the lack of talks that are happening. And this is all great to grandstand here, Tim. And you know what? It is momentous if that is happening that way, which she has stated publicly actually is. And one of the things that I have concern with, though, is you can grandstand in front of the media all you want. You can stand in front of the podium, in front of the microphone, and in front of the cameras and say whatever you want, that you're pissed off and mad about it. To quote the Texas Hippie Coalition, you could get in there and say, this is not what the money was for. This is not being handled the way it's supposed to be. All right. We could hear all of that. But when it comes down to it, when those meetings happen, how public is the information going to be? Ms. Gillibrand, you cannot have transparency or talk about transparency and budgets and where everything is going if you're not going to give the public the information that comes out of those meetings. The American people and the people of the world deserve to know, who are those whistleblowers? Who are you talking to? Who is giving you the information? Which questions do you want to ask Moultrie? Which questions do you want to ask Kirkpatrick? Which questions do you need answers to? Why is the military shutting you down? Where is the money going if it isn't going to Arrow? You've brought it up publicly. You have to be able to announce the answers publicly, because in the end, you're spending the public's money on UFOs. And there is still a great debate. Yes, we believe in them, but there are many out there and many within the Pentagon and Washington, D.C., who think this is a waste of money. So the question is, where is the money going? And she has to be able to be prepared to give those answers publicly. If not, shame on her. Shame on her for doing it. Tim, your thoughts?
Well, I think we're going to get quite a lot of transparency. In fact, we're already trying to dig some of this information out even before as to what some of the questions might be. And an insider with information that was made public even earlier today, one of the topics and some of the information that's going to be presented is going to be on Roswell in particular. And so some specifics may be coming to light surrounding reverse technology. And that question may be pressed in this next hearing. So it'll be very interesting to see some of the results of that in particular. And we'll definitely have to follow this as it rolls out. I know Tim Burchett is going to be there and keeping things on track as well. So it's going to be hard to weasel out of some of this stuff as it rolls forward.
It isn't so much about weaseling, Tim, because we can sit here and talk about this and they can talk about it. But let's also be truthful here. This government, okay, it doesn't matter which government or what party they are, because we know the UFO subject has been bipartisan since the beginning. Gillibrand's a Democrat. Marco Rubio is a Republican. And they are both very staunch and dug deeply within their parties. But the question is, you can give all of that answer and all that preliminary information. What happens after those talks happen? What comes out publicly? Okay. If you want to keep it for national security, that's great. Okay. But you got to give the public something. Okay. Tim Burchett being there is a good thing, because whether you love them or hate them, and there's people in the UFO world who love them and hate them at the same time. Okay. But the beautiful part about Tim Burchett through this entire thing has been he wants true disclosure from Roswell on up to today. Give it to us. Will they start? Well, this is going to be a big test. And I don't think a lot of people out there who are not familiar with this subject, like our radio audience, who maybe just listens to us for entertainment or whatever it may be, I don't think they understand that this is literally getting into a UFC ring, the government versus the military-industrial complex. There's millions upon millions of dollars that have gone missing already that were supposed to go to the Aero UFO program that have not made their way there from the Pentagon. And this is where we are about to get things very interesting, Tim.
Yeah.
And transparency is in that ring. Potential disclosure, soft disclosure is in that ring. Confirmation of the phenomena is in that ring. And the political stance and the political jabs between the military and government, they're going to be throwing some fists here.
Yeah. And
Okay.
let's also consider for a moment that these headlines are the New York Times, the Wall Street Journal, and the Washington Examiner. These headlines are major, and they read things like House panel to hold public hearings on unexplained aerial sightings. And then the subcontext goes into the subcommittee talking about testimony and Pentagon officials talking in front of Congress and this House Intelligence Committee. So it's absolutely kind of a mind-blowing time right now. The fact that we also saw a nice full circle with Ralph Blumenthal of the New York Times covering this story and following up on UFO and UAP, because we haven't really heard very much from that newspaper in particular since the initial Navy release, and we've heard a lot of silence from the Navy. So this is great. This is going to hold things bring things into the light and hold some of the people in the know to the truth. And maybe we'll see some real budget towards a real topic, and maybe they'll consider this a little bit more seriously when they start to look into this further.
We got about 90 seconds to go here before we got to go to break at the bottom of the hour. The UFO report with Tim Senor happening right now. We're talking about these new rounds of hearings that are allegedly going to be coming up a week from today. Now, Tim, the big thing for us that we as the public need to have, and I just said it to you a minute ago, is the transparency. We know the scientific community is balking at transparency. We know that groups like Enigma Labs are balking at transparency. We know that many in the government side of things are balking at transparency. In the end, do you think the public is as aware of this subject as they should be regarding the money that is being spent or supposed to be spent on this? Or do you think that they just like, well, they're going to take it off my taxes anyways, and I have no say about it?
No, I think that this topic is drawing the interest of the public in a major way. The fact that it's grabbing headlines, like I had just said, the fact that it's drawing a massive amount of government funding and time and attention shows that it's an important topic, and the public is definitely looking. No one's looking away, that's for sure. And whenever it does appear on a headline, everyone's looking. And we know that social media reflects that too.
All right, next we're going to get into Skinwalker Ranch. And I know Tim brought it up here momentarily ago, but I got some questions on that. And UFOs in Antarctica. We'll get into that too. Tim Senor and the UFO Report continue right here on Spaced Out Radio right after this. Stay tuned. You kind of blended those first two topics, eh?
A.
Eh?
They're definitely related.
Yeah. Okay. So I just wanted to make sure that, because I do have some questions about the whole Skinwalker Ranch thing. So
The second article in particular. Cool.
Yeah.
Did you want me to read it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can do. Yeah, buddy.
Yeah, buddy.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Good days. Things going on.
Yeah.
So much stuff.
By the way, anybody you know got some aliens?
Maybe.
Oh, really?
I might know a person.
See, I thought I knew a bunch of people who had aliens. You know, I like aliens. If you could have your own aliens, you know, hanging out, you know, maybe pouring you a glass of champagne while you're gonna, you know, hang out by the poolside.
Oh, yeah.
You got some aliens. You know what I'm saying?
Alien butlers, forget about it.
Oh,
That's the dream.
Aliens.
We should talk about that later, maybe.
I doubt
Can
it.
we?
I doubt it. Dave, they will never tell us the truth. We, the people, might find out we don't have to be under their thumbs anymore. Good comment, Jenny. That's why we love you, dear. I'm just going to put some eye drops in. Oh, I had to take my hat off because it was starting to hurt my ears. My ears are bugging me right now. Well, they are. Timmy, where'd you get the T-Rex hat?
At the museum.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I was checking out some bones of T-Rex, and
that's cool.
I'm Anonymous Rex, so
it makes sense.
It makes sense.
DB Nobody, Lunarian Darian, welcome to SOR Chat. Thank you for joining us. And who else do we have here? Yeah, gonna need an Advil after this. I'm going back to the dentist in the morning.
Oh no.
Yeah. They're gonna have to grind down that back tooth.
Definitely give more details about that.
Oh, well, I hadn't had a filling in 25 years, man. I'm still pissed off about that. Okay, because I take, you know, I may not be the epitome of a healthy body, okay? But the one thing I do is I take care of my teeth. All right? I brush and floss all the time.
Gotta do that.
Yeah.
It extends your life. Yeah.
I got my first cavity in 25 years on the last tooth on the bottom left side of my jaw.
Wow.
And the dentist went in there, and God, you know, first off, the freezing hit my tongue about 4 or 5 times. I'm trying to keep my tongue out, like, oh, that sucks.
Sloppy dental.
But anyways, I don't think he grinded down my my tooth enough. And so my tooth, it's still aching. Like if I drink cold water, I still get that, you know, that cold pain you get when it's close to a nerve.
Yeah, it's horrible.
Yeah. So I got all that happening and everything. And it's like, my God.
Man. Yank it.
No way. No way.
You're saving it? You're not going to root canal, are you?
Probably not. If they try to, I'm going to tell them no. I just grind the damn thing down. I'm not going to root canal.
Grind it down?
Well, because what happens is when they build the filling up, okay, they put too much in there and then they grind it down, right? They got to even up the tooth with the jaw and everything.
This all sounds horrible.
It
Who's
does.
your dentist grinding down? I don't know.
Hold
I don't
on.
want to know. I hope we
Here we go. Here we go.
All right.
We round at third. We're headed for home in the final half hour of Spaced Out Radio tonight. Talking to UFOs with Tim Senor. I want to remind you that if you missed most of this show or others, check out our free archives by going to youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor. Hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot. Read the news wire. Check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. Tim Senor here once again with the UFO report, and we're going to get into an article out of the Washington, I believe it was the Washington Times or whatever. Examiner. Thank you, Tim. About, let's get to UFOs. Screw Skinwalker Ranch. We don't need to know what's going on there. What's this all about?
That's right. Tom Rogan, the national security writer and online editor of Washington Examiner, came out with an article after having conversations with people behind the scenes, getting prepared for next Wednesday's official first subcommittee that's going to be held on the UFO topic. So to continue on kind of where I left off, it says here in the article, I think it important that those involved in the next week's hearing to attempt to balance the two imperatives, namely navigating intractable bureaucratic realities and focusing on key national security interests. And so the intractable bureaucratic reality here is that many in the government and military, including those with remits attached to the UFO-related research, are loath to engage with this issue. And their rationale does not reflect a grand conspiracy, but rather two other factors. First, their interest. Instead of focusing on conventional threats such as those posed by China or Russia. Second, their discomfort with an issue that involves political discomfort, unconventional mystery, complex data, and stigma. Even if they dislike this reality, members of Congress must accept it as they ask questions of Kirkpatrick and others. So in this quote, don't get me wrong, it's absolutely fine for examples to write reviews of documentaries that look at strange topics such as those UFOs that seem to appear near schools. It's fine that noted UFO opinion journalists such as George Knapp considered the UFO subject alongside reported phenomena at the Utah's Skinwalker Ranch, for example. It's also fine for TV shows such as the History Channel's Secrets of Skinwalker Ranch to provide entertainment. But a congressional focus on these expanded issues, at least at this point, will bleed credibility and resources away from effective scrutiny of the exigent UFO issues. It will also empower those who may have some interest in concealing pertinent information from the public. So Congress should thus focus on the preeminent national security interests related to UFOs. And I believe these are twofold. And so first, efficiently categorizing UFOs, and then secondly, the national security interest that rests on identifying the origin, capability, and intent of truly extraordinary but far smaller subset of UFOs. And so these UFOs have performance capabilities far beyond anything in the known possession and capabilities. I'm sorry, this thing's flipping all around. Possession of any other nation, rather. Credible witnesses and data suggest that these UFOs have operated in U.S. airspace since at least the late 1940s. So AARO should thus be questioned on matters such as pattern analysis in relation to UFOs operating near national security priority interests. Dave.
Well, there's a couple things that I want to mention on this, okay? And that is what happens at Skinwalker Ranch is Brandon Fugel's private study. It's a private corporation. Granted, they do have members, scientific members who are tied to the government, like Tim Taylor, okay, who happens to be one of the top scientists for
Travis.
Or Travis Taylor, pardon me, who happens to be one of the top scientists for Space Force and Space Command as well, okay, and is potentially using that information from Skinwalker to help educate what Space Force is doing. But Brandon Fugel and what they are doing is much more than just a television show for History Channel. That may help pay the bills so Brandon isn't footing everything on his own, which I think is a brilliant move on his part. But I don't think a lot of people in the UFO world, and I could be wrong, but I don't think a lot of people in the UFO world, Tim, really understand the purpose of what is going on at Skinwalker Ranch. It isn't about UFOs. It isn't about aliens. It isn't about everything. This is about trying to figure out the entire phenomenon. If you're focused on it just from a UFO aspect, you're not going to understand what they're doing. Major experiencers who have lived the aspect of having multiple interactions with ghosts, with cryptids, with UFOs, with aliens, they get what's going on at Skinwalker. Okay. This property in Mission, British Columbia, where I had a lot of my experiences to kick things off, it would be like, it was 10 acres, but it was like a mini Skinwalker ranch, even though they didn't have skinwalkers. Okay. They had everything going on there, man. It would be a perfect place for the study of the phenomena. And many in the UFO world don't understand what the phenomena actually means because maybe they just got into UFOs because of this subject over the last 7 years. The major researchers, I'm thinking people like Grant Cameron, David Weatherly, and Timothy Renner, Justin Kutchin, pardon me, okay, and many others, they have been going after the entire phenomena, the phenomena that pushes things to the limit on what we are going through. This is why we hear of portals. This is why we hear of demons there and ghosts and cattle mutilations and Dogman and Bigfoot and other weird monsters on this property. So to compare Skinwalker Ranch and saying we shouldn't really pay attention to it, and this really has nothing to do with UFOs, it's so off base from what is going on. And Brandon Fugel's team is so far ahead of where the public research is. It's apples and oranges, in my opinion, Tim.
Yeah. I think what this is specifically relating to potentially was maybe we just saw Jeremy Corbell release a video from Weaponized just this past Monday. And on that, he interviewed Dr. Colm Kelleher. And he wrote Skinwalkers at the Pentagon, I believe. And a lot of that information would potentially be considered, I guess, in some people's opinion, what they're talking about here when congressional focus could potentially be distracted, and that this could bleed credibility and resources away from effective scrutiny. Does that make sense?
Well,
that some of this is potentially, maybe a credible source has
it
parts.
Sounds like an excuse. It sounds like, look, everything has a distraction. Okay. If you're a Democrat, the extreme woke are a distraction. Look what's going on with Budweiser right now. If you're an extreme right, Donald Trump is a distraction to many people. Okay. The media is a distraction when they're not telling the truth on a lot of stories right now, and they're picking and choosing sides. All right. This is why we're seeing somebody like Elon Musk right now start to put out there in the public about government funded media outlets, which a lot of journalists are fighting, because the journalists aren't the ones who are trying to play the system. It's the management that is forcing them to play the system. Who's
Do you
paying,
think?
right?
Do you think you're right? But do you think there's anybody that's going to be sitting in this House committee, sitting in those chairs, that just feels like this whole thing is a carnival and just a waste of time? And that no matter what information they're shown, no matter how convincing it might be to you and I, they already have a predetermined idea of how they're going to vote or how they're going to stand on this topic before they even go in there. And are some of those people just unshiftable for this topic then? We're hearing that it's a dog and pony show. We're hearing that it's just a carnival and a waste of time. And so I'm kind of trying to understand why people feel that, when this to me feels like a massive push forward.
It should feel like a massive push forward. Okay, but we have to realize, Tim, you and I and many of our listeners out there have pushed our way past the stigma of this topic. We've fought the stigma, and we've pushed through with our own research to say, you don't have to be believing in UFOs, but look at this. Look at the evidence that is presented in front of you that there is something weird going on. Okay. And that's where a lot of the distraction happens, is because personal beliefs get in the way. We don't like it, but it does happen. So the idea behind everything that's going on, I'm looking at it as we need to push this forward, get through the distractions, realize that an article like this, or saying that Skinwalker Ranch doesn't matter, realize that Skinwalker Ranch is like honors science in high school.
Right.
Okay. When we're dealing with grade 8 physics right now.
Let me ask you this. The Washington Examiner article continues to talk about nuclear weapons. And if I may continue, I feel like perhaps this is an aspect that needs to be highlighted.
Please do.
Nuclear weapon facilities, for example, while some of the UFOs relevant in this area are almost certainly conventional drones, others are far more unconventional in nature. Robert Hastings, in particular, has written an important book on more unconventional events, and scientists are advancing relevant research. The Arrow has also reportedly met with former U.S. military officers who say they witnessed extraordinary UFO events at nuclear sites. Regardless, the military and government are more aware of the nuclear connection point to UFOs than is commonly understood by the public. So this includes the prospective vulnerability of underwater operating UFOs that may pose submarine forces, for example. Other possible UFO patterns that Arrow is investigating should also be at the forefront of congressional scrutiny. So, as with China's People's Liberation Army artificial intelligence, that would be a key element of these efforts in the coming years. And so I think that's just an example there. But the top line is that Congress must balance the need to advance its understanding of this issue with the reality that a too expansive line of inquiry will damage its investigation. So that last tagline does make sense. But they're drawing in the fact that they do have information about the UFO connection to nuclear sites, and Arrow's aware of it. Robert Hastings is a great source for that information. And so that sounds like a discussion that's been had along with witnesses that they're talking about here, military officers who say they witnessed the extraordinary UFO events around nuclear sites. So they are having those conversations, Dave, and I feel like that's a big line of progress. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, anything that moves the topic forward, I'm good for that, and as long as there's transparency. To me, it all comes down. We can sit there and say whatever we want, Tim. We can sit there and say whatever we want, and we could study whatever we want. But right now, it just seems like we are continuing to study the obvious. Does that make sense?
The nuts and bolts aspect.
When it's not about nuts and bolts.
Right. We need the transparency, but I do like that they're following in Canada's footsteps and following that nuclear connection with UFO. I think that's the right way to start, at least.
Excellent. Let's go to your final topic of the night here, dude.
All right.
Where we are getting into this strange topic of UFOs over Antarctica.
Indeed, coming from curiousmos.com. This is newly declassified documents that reveal shocking details about UFO sightings in Antarctica from back in 1962. And so Antarctica has always been a source of mystery and intrigue, but a recently declassified document has shed new light on an old mystery, UFO sightings in the frozen continent. The document reveals previously unknown details about the strange sightings and raises new questions about what might be happening in one of the most remote and inaccessible places on Earth. So, in the early 60s, a string of peculiar UFO sightings occurred in the Antarctic region. A newly discovered document now corroborates these unexplained events in the skies over this icy continent. Brazilian researcher, author, and archivist Rodrigo Morna Vizini recently uncovered and digitized Bulletin 62-36 from the United States Antarctic Research Program, which operates under the National Science Foundation. On page 2 of the document, a section titled The Hallett, July 7th, 1962, a light like a basketball on the base, details an intriguing event. So the bizarre sky phenomenon at the Hallett station was reported July 7th at about 11:15 GMT. Several people witnessed a bright light traversing the sky from the southern to the northern horizon in about 3 to 4 minutes. The object appeared to consist of 3 separate lights, with the largest emitting a visible vapor trail in the moonlit sky. As the object neared the true north and hovered just above the horizon, a bright flash of light occurred, but the object's course remained unchanged. This marked the second such sighting at the Hallett that winter, and the first occurred on June 7th. On March 18th, personnel at the Sinai base on the opposite side of the continent had also observed a similar luminous object. So this researcher has previously mentioned in his book, Los OVNIs de Antarctica, citing specialized sources such as New Zealand's Antarctic magazine and declassified files from the renowned Project Blue Book. Notably, in 1962, the Hallett Antarctic Station was jointly operated by New Zealand and the United States. So this new document now confirms it, says the author. And he also pondered the possibility of countless other cases and reports on strange lights lying forgotten on library shelves. There are more details, but Dave, this is just great stuff.
I like it. I like it. Knowing that these scientists and these researchers that have been hanging out over the decades, trying to figure out what is actually going on in Antarctica with life and how it affects the planet and everything. I think it's wonderful in trying to see what's going on. And the fact that they're getting some aliens down there as well, I think that's fantastic, man. I do.
What's really interesting to state is that the McMurdo station, which is also part of this project, on July 10th, the nuclear reactor began delivering power to the McMurdoch station. The plant developed a self-sustained reaction first in early March and has been under routine checking and observation since. So this unit will make approximately 1,500 kilowatts of power available to the station. So interesting to say that once the station went nuclear, it started to attract some UFOs.
You gotta get them aliens going, and once again, you have the nuclear tie. And you know, Tim, don't forget, a lot of conspiracy theorists out there believe that Antarctica is a hotbed for UFOs, that there's probably bases under the ice of some sort of alien civilization. I mean, it goes on and on. So this just adds to the mystique of Antarctica and what's truly happening there.
It's so massive. So much could take place there, and we would just never know. And the thing is, though, we can't go and check it out. No one's allowed there, right? It has to be a scientific research or something along those lines, special permissions. So there's no way we'd ever be able to corroborate any stories that come out of there. But what I would consider is that these people are researchers, they're scientists, they are very familiar with those skies up there. So for them to have reported these two major sightings up there and to have put it into text and leave it in the files, I feel that it was probably heavily impactful. I would consider it real, whatever that means.
Whatever that means. Tim, thank you so much for having us a great show tonight on the UFO Report, my man.
Thanks
I
for
really
having
do
me.
appreciate everything that you do for this show.
Appreciate it. Thanks for having me on, dude.
Not a problem. We say a big thank you to both Science Bob, Dr. Bob McGwier, for another great episode of Science Bob and Friends, and our special guest tonight, Baptiste Friscoer, for hanging on out with us all the way from France. What a great guy. What a great guy. We learned a lot tonight about everything to do with UFOs and where this is going. It's still a schmozzle, isn't it? We'll get there one day. We got Mr. Ron Bumblefoot Thal rocking in the background with Little Brother Is Watching. Bumblefoot is the official music of Spaced Out Radio, rocking us in and out of every single show. Get your horns up for the guitar god himself. Special thanks to everybody listening in at work, at home, in your cars, wherever you may be. Thank you to everyone in our chat rooms tonight. YouTube, Twitch, LGAP, Facebook, Spreaker, the Space Travelers Club, and on Twitter at hashtag Spaced Out Radio. I know you're out there somewhere. Remember, this show is copyright by Spaced Out Radio and SOR Media Ventures Limited. Thank you so much for choosing to share your evening with us, because together, my friends, we're watching. We own the night. Mr. Bumblefoot, we need a favor. We need you to take us home. Yes, the Woo train has docked for the night. But soon, my friends, we shall ride again. Seats are always available. Your tickets never expire. And if you want us to bring a friend, we got room for them too. Good night. Let's do a little study here while we're waiting for the G to show up.
Let's do that.
How many people in our audience understand what our slogan, "We Own the Night," means? I'm curious if people actually know what "We Own the Night" means. Do you even know, Tim? Did I tell you?
I don't ask questions. I just assume a bunch of stuff. Is it
Let's
code?
see.
I
No,
never asked.
it's no code. It's
Okay.
no code.
Is it from a movie involving vampires?
No. There's the G.
There
Look at
he
the big
is.
G there.
Look at this guy.
What's up, family?
What's up?
We're
what's up?
doing a little test on seeing if the audience understands what "we own the night" means.
Ooh, can I answer?
No,
Yeah,
because I
dude.
told you.
Oh,
what
do you
it-
know? Oh, see.
told random E.
What's the prize?
No prize. I'm just
High
curious to see
fives.
if any of them actually know.
Digital high fives. Your chat probably knows.
I gotta
No.
look at chat. Let me look over here at chat. Yeah, I didn't do my hair tonight. I just feel like,
I have no
Dude.
hair to do.
Me
No,
neither.
it's like that time of the month. I just feel like I'm putting on a pad and my fat panties, and I'm just not doing my hair.
Blanket and slippers. Nice.
Let me see something here.
So much going on. Do you have anything you want to kick off with, RG?
Oh, just to Love and everybody else. Yes, I do have multiple friends in Antarctica right now. And I didn't listen to any of your segment, Tim. I apologize. I was
okay.
talking to a very attractive woman.
Huh.
And yeah, it
Nice.
distracted me. So
You don't have to
instead,
narrow it down. It's cool. We'll just
narrow it
guess.
down.
You don't have to narrow it down.
Okay, so let's end before we go any further. Let's answer.
Oh
question.
yes,
Okay.
what everybody's
So-
been waiting for.
So the answer to "we own the night," and I'm going to bring it up here. 1 second here. Let me find the picture here. Where's my file? Where is it? Damn it! There it is. No, that ain't it. No, that ain't it. That ain't it.
I've heard it from like 3 different places though.
I'm the only one who has the right answer.
There's actually a military organization that uses that.
Oh,
system,
yes.
just
Yeah.
so you're aware. I don't know
There
if you
was 2 actually. There was 2.
and they use it in Latin.
So, anyways, I'm just going to show something here. Oh, for God's sakes. I'll just do it that way. Screw it.
Hey,
I like
Dave.
what you said there.
Yeah.
Real quick, is it okay if I drop the link to that Antarctica
Yeah, go right ahead,
article
dude.
in your chat? Okay, cool. I'm going to do that right now.
Okay, why won't it allow me to show this? Window. There we go. All right. Here is the "We Own the Night" poster.
I like it.
Okay.
fan.
Oh,
So-
I get it.
When I say "together, my friends, we own the night," it is
Us
actually
spooks.
all of the creatures of the night.
Yeah, us
That own the
creatures.
night. From the aliens to the ghosts to the little fairies to the gnomes,
Cryptic.
the Bigfoot to the Dogman, the Mothman, and the UFOs that fly above. That's what "we own the night" means.
WOTN.
Yes. And if you're wondering what the password is for, exactly is your answer. Now you got to figure out the riddle behind that. What's the password for? Exactly.
The Enigma. Not that Enigma. The other. The real. So, how are we kicking this one off tonight
I don't know.
in the Q&A? So
I just wanted
much
to say I heard
cover,
somebody
really.
say Antarctica.
Okay.
I
So
heard
then-
somebody say aliens earlier.
I had no idea what context I heard Antarctica, but I mentioned in the chat I have 2 friends that rotate through there right now at 2 different stations. So if you guys have questions about Antarctica, since I don't work there, I will expose them. I'd be happy to answer whatever you have that I know. But unfortunately, it's not going to end in ET. I'll just spoiler alert.
What about a hole?
Nothing seems to end in aliens with you.
Except for 3 a.m. dreams.
Okay,
Hold on a second here, Randy.
No, we're talking about Antarctica, Dave. Stay on task.
Hold on a second here, Guy.
Pyramids under the ice, holes to the center of the earth.
Oh, yeah, that sounds really believable.
Megatron? Anyone? I got money on Megatron.
Transformers, yeah, we're in. Unfortunately, I sent you. Okay, so Tim, you can confirm this. I sent you a couple photos, right?
You did.
Okay.
I wasn't going to say because I wasn't sure if I was allowed.
No, I literally told you to confirm what I'm saying to the chat.
Okay, let me look at them again then. Hold on.
It doesn't get very questionable about what I just sent you.
Those are beautiful photographs.
And would you assume, based on what you're viewing, that what I'm saying is accurate?
I mean, it could be fake.
You fucking dick. It's like 100%.
If taken at face value, then yeah.
Okay.
So it's pretty beautiful photographs of.
No, I have hundreds. He sent my last buddy that went there, his last rotation, he sent me hundreds of photos because I actually asked him to send me the hills or mountains there, because I'm like, everybody just talks about ice sheets there, right?
Yeah,
but they don't talk about the slopes and stuff like that.
Right, and that's McMurdo.
Yeah, that's one of them.
Mr. Beast just did a video on Antarctica. They survived 10 days.
Okay. Did he have one of his shitty hamburgers while he was there?
Are the hamburgers bad?
They're bad.
Oh, that's a long
way. But hey,
to go
never miss the opportunity to market.
So you're saying they could use a good burger place there, is what I'm hearing.
If they open an In-N-Out in Antarctica, it's going to have round-the-clock business. I know that. Like,
I would have liked to have seen Metallica in Antarctica.
Okay, so let's see.
You might get the chance. They just released a new album.
Well, so the reason they have no flyovers, Dave and whoever else was asking, so I asked about questions like that. Why do they have no flyover zones in Antarctica if they're not hiding stuff? So what I understand is they have seismic instruments, and flying over them can actually trigger the seismic or interfere with some of the scientific experiments that are going there. It has nothing to do with hiding or concealing. Like, this is pretty common knowledge for people that work there.
So there's no big hole.
So, okay, two things. One, there are some crazy caverns. There are some crazy underground stuff from what I've heard. But there's nothing to the center of the earth. There's no.
Are they natural?
It appears so, yes. Now, my friends that work there are not scientists. They're guys with guns and do security stuff and other stuff. Like, why do they have guns at a place where there's no people?
What do you need guns for where there's no people? I mean, what, are you afraid of the Penguin March?
I'm just saying the guns are for foreign adversaries and stuff like that. It's not about anything like that. So because of that, my understanding, there is some amazing archaeological stuff that doesn't get talked about. That may factor into your woo. I don't know. But I'm told from people that are there, the two people I know that are there in two different bases. Sorry, stations. We're not allowed to call them bases because it's civilian. You're going to get in trouble. That it's basically just in case somebody else were to come there adversarial and try to do some act up. And that there's some amazing stuff that they're researching there, and that there are anomalies there. EMP anomalies, magnetic anomalies, all kinds of amazing stuff. But I'm told no aliens as of yet. And that's like, RG will just say no comment if he's full of it.
Archaeological, like ancient structures, pyramids?
I guess rock formations or some kind of something that indicates prehistoric periods where they found both dinosaur / whatever type stuff. I'm not a science guy. I don't know, but I'm told it's super interesting, and none of it has to do with aliens. But at the same time, no one can go there, and they will defend it fiercely.
Okay.
Take that for what it's worth.
All right. So can I change subjects?
Sure, please do. I just saw that you mentioned Antarctica, so I wanted to come in and cause more controversy in the chat, calling me misinformation guy.
Cool. 2 topics before I sign it over to Dave, who I know has something juicy in his back pocket for us, which I can't wait to release the hounds on that one. So my 2 topics that I want to ask about, new information to me, Space Watch and Novastar and the 5 contractors, one being Radiance Technologies that recently got $4.5 billion to study UFOs for the next 11 years.
Wow, that sounds good.
Doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
So Space Watch is basically a DARPA and an STO conjunction program, looking into space domain awareness, space surveillance network, basically. Any thoughts on that before we get to Novastar?
No comment.
Okay. The $4.5 billion that we're about to spend on UFOs through Novastar being kind of the contract holder, and then 5 contractors below that are going to be working this actual research over the next 11 years. That 4.5 billion spread amongst 5 isn't that much, $1 billion each over 11 years. But Radiance Technologies in particular has Jay Stratton working there and Travis Taylor working there. Mm-hmm. And I was wondering, do you see them perpetuating what we're already kind of seeing? Or do you think that this new funding is going to go into new discovery technology? Any thoughts?
I think I shared some private.
I'm just gonna go get some Advil for my jaw. It's really sore.
Oh yeah, buddy.
I'll be right back. Okay.
Were you in my dream?
We will get to
Were
that.
you in my dental dream? Anyways, I'll answer.
Don't even start with me, Guy. Don't even start with me, because you have made my day. The last 24 hours has been beautiful for me. Beautiful.
Go get your Advil and maybe take a shot of Robitussin or something. I don't know. Timmy, I think I shared some private thoughts with you on this previously.
Yeah.
But for the purpose of the chat and the show,
yeah,
I'll just say this. Can you restate the figure that they received in financial funding?
So Novastar, which is the contract vehicle, quote unquote, got 4.5 billion for
with
an
a B?
11 with a B for 11 years.
Got it. Okay. So how about this? I don't want to get in trouble because I like these guys and I respect everybody involved, and I'm not making accusations.
Yeah.
We're working in a vacuum here of what if and what's going on.
Definitely.
So anybody watching this, don't take this as me. This is just random guy.
It's conjecture, drinks. All new information. This is a safe place. For
random guy drinks a lot. He does, he doesn't sleep a lot. So just take this as off the cuff.
Safe place.
However, that's a lot of freaking money.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
That's on the aid. That's like more than Ukraine got this month. So Ukraine we've made it a point to make it a strategic stronghold. And I'm not going to go into politics or military with that, but just to point it out, that's less money than we're holding off the Russians. So you would think that funding would be indicative of something we're taking seriously.
Right.
Yes?
Yeah.
Okay. So if you were to have an endeavor where you wanted to discover something scientifically, you would put money into it, right? Why would you hire a private company and or individuals to do so at the $1 billion mark that is unproven and has not yet supplied anything?
Because the public will not be able to FOIA any or get to any of that data that they produce.
Is that a thing? So you're telling me that we can't just go, hey, our government, our tax money, the money that Tim and RG just gave you billions of dollars, and now you don't have to answer any questions? Is that how that works?
It looks like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just one side. But let's look at the good side. Okay. So we go to the government and we say, hey, we paid $4 billion for this. Where's our information? They go, here's all the data. Here's all the data sets. Here's everything. 1 through 1,000. Here's all your information, right? For your money. Okay, cool. Who has oversight on this, and how do we verify, cross-reference for statistical and scientific purposes? Oh, I won't say their names, but the names you said, those guys, they're civilians. You can trust them. Clearly. Draw your own conclusions.
No public oversight.
Draw your own conclusions. Not accusing, not saying. RG doesn't know much. What RG knows is you don't get billions of dollars for no reason.
We're going to keep our eye on that. Yeah, we're definitely going to keep our eye on that. My next, I guess I'll just throw this in since Dave's chair is empty still.
Mm-hmm.
Roswell is going to be discussed at the public hearings.
What's Roswell? Sounds familiar.
1945, there was a crash in New Mexico.
Oh.
Come on, buddy.
Oh, I thought that was a cartoon I saw
You
once.
busted my chops. That's great. Thanks. It's surprising I knew that, actually.
So what is it? So what is this Roswell hearing? What is this one?
So next Wednesday, and so according to the website,
not April 19th, right? That's not what we're talking about.
Ish. April 19th at 10:30 a.m.
Oh my God!
In the location of SR 232A, there'll be an open/closed.
Open/closed. That's my favorite.
Literally,
it's like. Whoop.
And this is in the Arms Services website. The Subcommittee on Emerging Threats and Capabilities, open/closed.
Sounds good.
So that's.
So what do we get? What are we supposed to get from this?
Well, my point was
officially,
that.
What's the official story? What are we supposed to get in summary?
You're such a ball buster.
I'm not. I think it's important to recap our expectations here.
I'm so glad you didn't watch the show tonight. Thanks for flirting instead of paying attention. No, but seriously, it looks like Kirsten Gillibrand is going to spearhead a public hearing, supposedly public.
Right. Open/closed.
Open/closed. You saw that.
Open/closed, guys. Open/closed. Because that makes sense.
And she's going to hold their feet to the fire on the UFO and UAP topic. She's going to bring in 2 witnesses. Sean Kirkpatrick is going to be there. Everyone's going to be there. It's a huge UFO party. I wish you'd watched the
Are you invited?
show. Well, not in body. Just I'm going to.
You're going to live stream it?
Yeah.
10:30 Eastern?
If I want to be there, I'm going to have to do the fly on the wall thing. I was not invited. No, I was not.
Okay, so what do I think?
Yeah.
What I think? My turn.
And in particular, the fact that there is someone that is making it a point to put Roswell up with something that is leaning towards the fact that reverse engineering occurred as a result of. And I think that they were heavily leaning on that reverse engineering.
So we're talking about Velcro, fiber optics. Oh wait, I'm not supposed to talk about that?
Yeah, that is heavily classified information. How did you know about Velcro?
Double-sided Gorilla Tape.
Oh, yeah. Dude, crazy glue.
Quadricopters.
Yeah, men could never have come up with this. We needed aliens to help.
Yes, of course. I mean, Nikola Tesla was on the verge of free energy basically through Wi-Fi, but yeah, those things were aliens for sure. Anyways, I'm digressing. I think the heart isn't. I actually believe, what is it, Gillibrand? I think her heart is in the right place. I literally believe some of the people involved in this think it's something good. The skeptic in me says, here's a dog, here's a pony, and they're going to play for you guys. Look, here's a dog, here's a pony, here's a dog, here's a pony. That's what's going on. And you're not going to get shit.
Right. Well, it does seem like the people that really make the decisions aren't going to be there, which is a little bit frustrating.
You think they don't take it seriously, or they already know ahead of time exactly what's going to be said and they don't care? Which would you guess?
Right.
God, I'm such an ass, but like, I really don't mean to be. I'm just trying to. This stuff is stale, man. We gotta.
It's dreamy.
You guys got to use your network, and you got to start leveraging people. Leveraging people.
Quite dreamy.
What's up, Dave?
Hey, how you doing?
No, I'm just saying. I'm getting so annoyed. I'm annoyed for you because I know this is your passion. Like, this is a hobby where I show up and I get to make jokes and troll and go drink, and then I go drink when I'm done. This is like, a lot of people are putting so much time into this and they're getting spun in circles. It's kind of messed up.
Yeah.
That's annoying, dude. It's annoying. The government should not be lying about things. Private companies should shut the F up unless they want to be transparent. No one should be talking unless they're ready to come clean. Don't pull, it's like they're giving us blue balls with all this stuff. It's like, hey, guess what? This is it. You're in. You're hitting. And then you show up and, 20 minutes later and 3 drinks, you're making excess. Oh, I don't know if it's the right time. Like, no, don't do it. Chat's probably lighting me up right now, but I mean well.
Right. Well, Lloyd Austin's going to be there. So, being the head of the DoD, perhaps he would be more prepared this time, because obviously she lit him up last time we saw him questioned on this. And so Senator Gillibrand is probably going to be holding his feet to the fire, in my opinion.
No, I think, and I do agree with that sentiment, actually. I do think she will. The problem is, what are you getting from it? What are we gleaning here? Right?
Well, I think a big part of what the initial push was for how things were being classified by the military. And so a lot of information wasn't making it to people that needed to, such as guys in Arrow, weren't able to even read the case files because they'd been so heavily classified at the source. Little issues like that were making it hard. And so I think that those are kind of some of the problems that are needing to be still addressed. Those were talked about back when Elizondo was coming forward about some of the issues that we were seeing. I think some of that stuff's going to still be brought up.
What's Lou up to these days, huh?
He's probably finishing his book and doing his work.
Is he? No, I'm asking. I'm not even breaking balls here. I'm just asking, like, is he doing any depositions? Is he running anything, or is he laying low?
You'd have to ask him. I don't know. I mean, yeah.
So he's not scheduled to make any announcements or depositions or anything like that.
No, I don't think. No. Yeah, okay. I don't think that he would be the guy.
Would he be somebody that would fit in with this stuff? In your opinion?
I think he's already given a deposition.
Yeah, I think he's done everything he can at this point. What he was always pushing for was that the people in the know would go and present to Congress, and he even understood that there were things that even he wasn't in the know on that were above his pay grade, but needed to be iterated to Congress. And so part of what Chris Mellon and he were pushing for was that conversation, even if he couldn't be a part of it, if that makes any sense.
No, I get it.
Yeah. And I think that he felt the frustration because he'd been laid with this job. And then, in the initial seedling he was the I wouldn't even know who to compare him to, but initially it was his job to investigate this, and they made it impossible for him to do so by channeling away his funding, you know, and it wasn't
Well, he
even
should talk
much.
to Travis Taylor.
Right.
He's
Get a
got $4
loan.
billion.
Get a loan from Travis. But so I think at this point we've seen the progression to where it is now. Obviously he's still working behind the scenes on it. Anything you're seeing happen is part of Danny Sheehan and Chris Mellon and Elizondo and that team. And then the people that surround them who are nameless at this point, those are the people pushing for this. And also, I mean, even the people that are working at the New York Times and like in the media that are trying to push the topic too, I think that there's a massive push to get this in front of the right people and have something done on it. Dave keeps bringing up a great point. Like, even if they're like, okay, this is a real thing, and part of it isn't our, mankind, it's something else. What would that discussion then be? Like, do you think they're having that elevated conversation behind doors? Like, if this is really from another planet, how are we handling this? Or do you think they're just not even there yet?
There's contingencies. There's always been contingencies since Saucer Madness. Like, literally, there's always been contingencies. There's always been discussions about op plans or SOP or whatever. Not, I don't think anybody really believed in any of it, but there has to be, because if not, you're failing. And the other part of that is what happens if there's a alien invasion, but it's really our adversaries with some kind of either different technology or different whatever. So there's people that just, that's their whole career, is thinking up these scenarios, writing action plans for them. But I don't think that any of these subcommittees, any of these hearings, anything outside of the Pentagon or select circles ever seriously talks about this stuff. They collate data, they put it in order, they try to figure out what's real and what's not. The stuff that I think, in my opinion, not accurate, just dumb guy. My opinion is that when they find stuff that they're like, oh shit, that's probably real, they pull it to the side and they're like, we need to figure it out. If they can't figure it out, they just sit on it. And the stuff they do figure out, they throw it back in the mix. They're like, hey, look at this thing. Look at this thing. Check out this Tic Tac. Or wait.
Well, what about this for a minute? If we've just publicly seen them spend $4.5 billion on this topic in private industry with contractors that are going to study and research UFO, and they're not disguising the fact that they're just looking for UFO,
right?
Doesn't that perhaps say that they're tired of hiding it because the public is demanding it, but it's actually been in place for a long time in the private industry, and now they just publicly have to admit to it because of public pressure?
That's a great,
or even political pressure.
No, that's a great thought process. My only question is, has any agency or any government operation ever in the history of mankind thrown a crap load of money behind something that wasn't what it seemed?
Right.
Especially in like the 70s and 80s with certain drugs in certain countries.
Right.
and I only say that, I'm not saying that's what's going on, but the problem is we've been lied to so many times. It's one thing to line item a black budget in the military, right? $400 for a hammer, $2,000 for a toilet seat. Remember the Clinton era when all those things started coming out? We're like, oh, now we know how they're hiding the money. So they went away from that stuff. So the answer is simply fund private research and civilian application that cannot be evaluated by the masses, by the public, because
that started with Robert Bigelow in this field back in 2007.
I don't say names because I don't want to disappear.
No, I can say names because this is public knowledge. In 2007, when they gave $22 million, the majority of that money went to Robert Bigelow and his study, because he was still owning Skinwalker Ranch. He used that money to also buy into MUFON to get more access and data to the MUFON files. And that contract only lasted like 6-8 months. But that's what it was used for, a good portion of it.
You said it, not me.
Well, we know the Pentagon is being pressured to get information on this. What kind of provocative data do you think, hypothetically, they could have been given to get them to spend $4.5 billion on an 11-year study?
There's only two things that make sense, dude, for $1 billion. One is they're funneling money off of that for black ops, CIA or whatever, or whoever wants to use the money. And there's the understanding that they'll do so. Or they actually found a real threat where somebody messed up. So rather than call it into, because if you're in the DOD and you mess up and it's something that's a major threat, it's going to have accountability. It's going to go through levels, command levels, all that stuff. But if they're able to find a major threat, but it's like isolated, they can contract that out to a country to isolate, or a company, private company, contractor, defense contractor, to solve that problem for them. And it doesn't have the same scrutiny as like the Inspector General and the other mechanisms that the DOD has oversight with.
This isn't a new topic, though. What has changed that they're so willing to address this publicly, that they're spending money on it, that they're having public hearings? What has changed?
I don't know, brother.
Dave, what's your thoughts? What has changed that they're suddenly so willing to discuss this publicly?
That's
75 years of silence.
No, but that's the why now question, Tim. That's the why now question we put out there for 2 years. That's the why now question I spoke at MUFON last year about.
Yeah.
Okay. Is why now? It doesn't make sense.
Something's going on, clearly. But we're not going to know what it is. Something is going on.
If you had to guess,
alien invasion, I'm not saying it's whatever. Something is triggering this. Period.
Could it be our new interest in the moon? I mean, how can we connect NASA's new revitalized interest? They're doing a study in UFO UAP. This new interest, we're looking outside of our sphere. We're spending money on the moon again. We're spending money on UFOs again.
I don't think that's it, though, Tim, only because we have the Space Force now. They can line item that in the budget and say, hey, look, as a matter of defense, because it's pretty common knowledge, China's trying to get there first and set up actual military based functions on the moon, is the rumor. If that's the case, we got to get there, right? We got to get there and make sure that doesn't happen.
And do you see us funneling more money now into Space Force than ever before with their rapid absorption of all of our land assets, and everything's now Space Force?
Like things in Hawaii?
In particular, yeah, but not just that. Military assets, also ground-based optics and helioscopes and all those things that have been taken over by Space Force. I was just wondering, I know you can't talk too deeply on it, but I was wondering, could you give any insight why the new focus there?
It's, if you're going to go with the moon, I think I've seen a lot of stuff, not even in an official capacity, like just normal perusing the internet. China wants to get there and they want to do it first. And there's rumors about what they have done and what they're about to do and whatever. I don't know. That's not me. But if you guys want to research it, that's something that's actually being talked about. So for people in chat, look it up, Google it, take your grain of salt with you. But my point is this: if it's a moon issue and it's a strategic issue or a defense issue, they could just line item it and they could get it approved. You wouldn't need a private contractor or a private corporation to conduct that, because that would be a pretty overt mission that says, hey, the same way we would with NATO and Poland or anywhere else, we need to deploy a defense system here. We need to get a presence there. We would just freaking do it, right? Because if we don't, we're in trouble. So that's why I'm kind of like, we're not in a race to the moon because we're curious. You know what I mean? Like there's a reason. There's something going. There's got to be an underlying reason. Now, I personally don't believe it's aliens. fill in the blank if that's what you believe. I don't care.
Oh,
But
you don't? But hold
there's
on.
clearly
Wait a second.
there is clearly
Hold
something going on that's making us need to get there faster, and the money's coming. That's
What do
all
you
I'm
mean
saying.
You don't believe in aliens?
I
Can
don't
you
believe in
expand
aliens.
on that one?
Dick. Yeah, I
Um,
don't believe in aliens.
That's
I
ridiculous.
believe in
I
aliens.
believe in it. Okay, I believe in aliens, but I don't believe that they're here.
Oh,
Do you believe you're there?
Sometimes.
You know,
Ah,
I don't know about you, Tim, but I have had very, very realistic dreams.
You mofos. You
Aliens.
mofos. You don't do this.
I have you, Tim?
definitely.
After your encounter, have you ever dreamt about aliens?
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I've been somewhere. There was never anyone there, but yeah, I've had dreams that are unexplainable.
Yeah,
It takes me
too.
to places that aren't
too.
earthly.
Mm.
Yeah.
Me too.
That's
You
very
know-
curious, guys. That's very curious. I don't have anything to add to that topic. That's very curious.
I wonder if anybody in the chat room has had aliens in their dreams or face-to-face encounters.
Probably in your chat room, yeah. I would imagine so.
Ooh, low blow.
Have you had aliens? Nicole, have you had aliens?
Oh, you're gonna bring Nikki into this. All right, go ahead.
Nikki. Ooh.
Oh, Nikki.
Oh boy.
Nikki, eh?
You want me to turn my camera off? Stop.
Look
I
at
think
look at
it's
her
too
blush. Look at the blushing.
Wow.
I'm gonna turn even redder now.
That is wow. You just got a sunburn.
Holy cow.
Bright lights in there.
Must
Bright
be warm
lights.
in California right now.
Bright
Mm.
lights. Gizmo. Bright light.
Stop.
Get a little
Tim,
too
get
much,
us back on track, please.
too much sunshine.
Oh,
Well,
I
Max
love
says
it.
I dreamt about aliens when I was like 8 years old. Oh, look at that. And
Stax gets it.
I never dreamt about aliens when I was 8 years old. Do you want me to tell the damn story? Is that where we're at?
oh, what story? What story? I
You want
never
me to
said
tell the story.
I'm just asking if anybody's here that dreamt about aliens.
Okay, I'll tell the story.
Yes.
But just so we're clear, it was a freaking dream.
Oh, of course it was a dream. Of course
So,
it was.
no, okay, chat. Listen,
Green
you guys are
memory.
dumb.
No.
Chat, you guys are not dumb people. We've established that. This is an intelligent following right here. Don't put me on the main screen. Oh, Jesus. Why?
Cherry blossom.
You're going to make me blush. Take her stuff off there. Anyways.
Cherry blossom.
Thank you. Anyways. Okay. So the other night, Dave, you asshole. Dave, the other night, was talking about his 9-year anniversary with his experience, right? He went into detail about his encounter being abducted. Clearly it was on my mind. That night, after I jumped on the show, even I think wasn't I on the show for like 5 minutes to annoy people for a little bit? So I got off the show, and then I was on the phone for like an hour, and then I went to bed. So it's like 3 a.m. my time. Middle of the night, not drinking at that point, chilling, pass out, like dead. I was so tired because I haven't been sleeping. I normally wear like an Apple Watch to track my health metrics and stuff like that while I sleep. I didn't even put it on because I was charging it. So I just passed out and wearing my pants and everything. Passed out on the bed. Whatever. Go to sleep.
Pants.
I wake up. Okay. See, I already messed up. I dreamt that I woke up. And I look at the foot of my bed and I'm awake. Like I'm awake, but I'm dreaming. And I see 2 gray aliens, exactly fitting description I've heard recently. And I remember I looked up. Can I say it, Dave?
Oh yeah, you have to.
Okay. So I look up and there's like a taller gray alien and a shorter gray alien. I look up and they're staring at me and I'm dreaming, but in my dream, because I realized I was dreaming, I realized I was awake in my dream, I look over and I go, "Fuck you, Dave." And the big alien looked at the small alien like, what the fuck is he talking about? And I closed my eyes. I'm like, I'm not doing this. So I just go to sleep. I wake up again in what feels like 2 minutes later. And I'm fucking in a chair with a fucking alien doing some shit in my mouth. And they finish whatever they're doing in my mouth. They put me on my face, flat on my belly. This is all a dream, guys. It's not real, but it was crazy. Put me on my face, and how I was thinking consciously while this is happening. I'm completely numbed up, like light came in my face. And I remember Dave talking about getting cut into, and he's like, it doesn't hurt. And they have this device that's like a drill, and it's like going into my lower jaw. And right as it makes contact, I wake up hyperventilating in my bed. So of course I call Dave, which was the biggest mistake of my life. And I tell him what happened. So guess what Dave's been telling me for about 48 hours straight. Dave?
You got aliens. You got aliens.
It was a dream. And
Finally.
by the way, last night it did not happen. So clearly he's convinced it's not.
That makes it more
I'll just know
legit.
this. If it was real, it was actually not that bad. It's kind of
It
chill.
never happens
Like, it was
twice
kinda chill.
in a row like that.
Anyways, that's your woo story, chat. And 100% was a weird ass dream. It was a very weird dream.
Skip to my Lou says, you got aliens.
Implant.
Nicole says,
Dave loves to say that. Dave loves that. Dave's riding on cloud 9 right now, hearing that story from me. It was like,
I hear Queen's We Are the Champions playing through my head right now. I had a trophy.
it's like it doesn't even matter if it was a dream. It
my
was real
head.
enough for Dave. It happened. So
Plus, now you can't claim that you don't have implants.
Exactly.
well, so for those of you that don't know me, my career led to I have a lot of screws, bolts, plates. I even have pieces of dead bodies from other people inside of me, keeping me together at this point. So an implant would be just another thing in there. Like I go through metal detectors and the TSA people are like, Jesus, where the hell did you go?
Zombie gee.
Let's read some of the comments from our lovely audience who loves you. Let's read some of the comments here.
Time.
Derek said, let's start with Nicole.
Need
We
it.
got aliens. Derek says he got probed. Love wasn't me, random guy. Tim says I've seen aliens flying around showing off. Carl and friends visit you. Dave Walters says priceless. Mr. Cowley, one was called Paul. Pam Smith says they chipped you.
Definitely.
Chairman Meow. Yeah, just go back to sleep, huh, RG? Sure, it was a dream. We believe you.
Dave, the funny thing is,
the funniest part about the whole thing is if that was real, I literally had an alien encounter and I looked at that dude and I go, fuck you, Dave. And then go back. And the alien, I'll never forget this. The alien looked at the other alien like, and I thought in my head, and Dave was asking me, was he sending that message to you? I don't know, because it's a dream. But I looked at this alien, the big alien looked at the little alien. He was like, is this motherfucker for real? He's not even going to acknowledge us? Like,
yeah,
it was comedy. It was fucking comical. It was not a scary. That's why I don't think it was real, because it was funny.
You believe that. You believe
it was
that
funny.
100%.
It was not scary.
Totally
Other than the dental shit got a little weird.
Let's read more comments from the chat room.
Let's
here.
go.
Part 2. Random is getting wooed. Penny Van. OMG, random guy got skull pooped. Amy says, I'm getting off the woo train. Tim says, we've got implants.
You guys are loving this way too much.
Oh, yeah. Dave Walters, you got off easy. By the way, Vash the Impaler, thank you so much for that awesome super chat, man. Really appreciate it. Skip to my. Let me finish the comments here.
Okay, go ahead.
You guys are loving this too much. Got aliens. Pam says RG has been chipped, and then follows up with no such thing as a dream with aliens.
I've never had an alien dream in my life. That's for sure.
Welcome to the team. And Chairman Meow says, you're lucky you didn't remember more. Grandmaster, the Gong Show, we got aliens.
This is the happiest night of Dave's life.
Our chat room says, I think he was under gas at his
Yes,
dentist.
that was likely it.
Nicole is asking, does your jaw or teeth hurt?
She already knows the answer to that.
What else hurts?
Pam says, if you dream of aliens, they've been to see you. And let's see. Love v love. Dave wasn't trying to hear your denial. No. Jessica says sympathy pains. And Penny Van, of course his jaw hurts. Aliens did shit in his mouth.
Oh, the dump.
Dry Toast, best name on YouTube.
I'm annoyed how much chat's enjoying this.
Hold on. Nikki in Seattle, a dream dude. ETs are famous for using dream scenarios. Ross Dog says random guy. So Tim, Ross Dog or NSA guy are in here. This is our time to say hello to all the agents and 3-letter agencies out there for hanging on out with us tonight. And don't forget, we can be bought. We can be bought. All you got to do is pick up the phone and check. That's it. That's all you have to do with us. Let's see here. Jenny says you got an implant in your tooth.
You know what I have?
Love v Love says, is it a dream? Let's see here. Deadfish says, a dream we dreamed long ago. And
I have that.
Nicole says, oh, yeah, look at the scar on his finger that just showed up.
Evidence. Trace evidence.
Yeah.
I don't know if that has anything to do with it, but I'll let you guys think it has something to do with it, but I don't know where the scar came from.
Check below it for something that's magnetic.
That showed up after my dream.
Yep.
Busted.
Ladies and gentlemen, let us do a poll here.
Yeah.
Show of hands. We'll only answer once. Does random guy have aliens? Yes or no?
Oh boy.
Yeah. Does random guy have aliens? Yes.
How do you know what they're gonna say? Jesus.
See if I can do a poll up here.
The thing is, though,
I don't
got an alien. He went to he got the probe, and they're up there laughing. They're like, we don't even do probes anymore. But this guy,
we made an exception.
Yeah. Needs to leave some impact. Needs to give him something to tell the audience.
Well,
Hold on. We're gonna start a poll here.
I consulted with Nicole about this, and she told me it's what you get for talking shit about wanting to be abducted. She goes, they'll get you if you ask for it. Be careful what you wish for.
A simple yes or no poll right there on the YouTube chat. Does random guy got aliens? Yes or no?
Oh boy, this is going to be fun to watch.
Terrifying.
You assholes. I love it. I love it.
Close. 95%.
No, Nicole's sentiment was basically it's more or less because I was challenging them to come take me in previous shows. I don't know. It was a dream though. And if it was real, as long as it doesn't happen again, I'll keep going with that. If it happens again, I'm starting my own channel. So I'm just
all I know, I'm going to give the audience a little bit of the Tim insight here.
Go, Timmy.
Okay, so I was in on these texts, and I'm just going to give you the Tim perspective here for a moment. This was a man that definitely didn't think that this was a dream, that was freaked out, and that was looking for some kind of confirmation that it was just a dream. He was waiting for us to be like, yeah, it's just a dream. Meanwhile, he's like checking his undies. He's like looking all over his body. He's like, should I get a rape kit? Should I look at my skin under a black light? Like, this is not the same man that we were seeing right after it happened. So
well, you got to time me out 10 bits,
because I feel like maybe you've calmed down and your rational side is talking you out of the experience, because when it was still on the tip of your tongue, there were a lot of aspects of this that I think that maybe you're even forgetting. that you were way more descriptive of the process of that being put into your face and how you had some reactions. Maybe you can come to terms with some of this because, whether it was in your dream space or in your real space, those are pretty much the same when it comes to your brain's interpretation of things, right? So I'm just trying to get real with you. You may have gone through the experience in one way or another, and you need to come to terms with that.
I'm not going to sign off on it unless something happens again. I'll be honest.
So that's not fair, man.
You can't tell me.
That's
I
not
listened
fair.
to Dave
That could be a
telling me-
once in a lifetime thing, and that's real. The real experience. You could deny it and have missed out on all that.
So I will tell this, and I told you guys this, and I didn't share it in my initial story, but I will tell you this. I really, truly believe, like, no BS, no games. There's no way it happened. However, I will tell you this, which I did tell Tim and Dave when it happened, which I omitted for my initial story. I felt as awake as I do right now when I said I was dreaming. And the reason I know that is I've never had a dream where I had peripheral vision and my blinds were moving from the wind that was outside and we had high winds. Details like that are usually omitted in dreams. I saw things that you don't see. I didn't have tunnel vision on what was in front of me. I had complete perspective of the room. That was what made it really fucking scary.
How long have you been on the show?
Split second. And I'm like, nope, fuck you, Dave. And I was like, I'm not doing this. You sent me ghosts. He sent me fucking ghosts last time. Now he's sending me fucking aliens. You continue this, we're not going to be friends. Like, it's unacceptable behavior on your part.
And you've been on the show for how long now? Like
2 months?
2 months? Dave flipped you in 2 months. I've known him for years.
He's hoeing me out, the
I'm
freaking
still
aliens, dude. Stop hoeing me out, man.
You got aliens, dude. You have an alien story.
Our poll is pretty much dead here.
Unanimous.
91% of our audience feels, there's 33 votes. 91% of our audience feels that you got aliens, buddy. You got aliens.
The other 9 wish them upon you.
Exactly.
Well, I have to move in with one of you now because I'm not equipped for this.
He's a fear.
Do you have a guest room I can stay in or something? It's just
but you know what?
On your couch.
Go to Tim's house because you wouldn't like the woo at my place.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You can
I think
sleep
I'll
on the
take Portland
sofa with
over
my
BSEE.
telescopes and.
Chairman Meow actually has a good point here. He says, I think the whole chat sent random guy alien.
Everybody's like, I wish this pompous asshole would just get served one time.
This is where I usually start my USA chant. USA, USA, USA.
Aliens. I mean, you've had an alien experience now. I mean, when you talk to your 3-letter agency buddies, you have to tell them, well, kinda. You can't say no anymore.
Hey, why do you think I say I can be bought? Because now that random guy's got some aliens, they're gonna start hammering him, and he's gonna say, blame that Dave guy. Blame that Dave guy. I can be bought.
He can also give you aliens for a small fee.
It's better than herpes, though. It's like the better gift.
Oh, true. But it is like herpes.
I'm
keeps
lost.
on giving.
Yes, and it shows up when you least want it. Just like herpes.
Hey, Matt Shadows, how you doing, man?
In your pants.
This show went to shit in a handbag real quick.
Just one more time. Give me the old FU, Dave, if you don't mind.
Fuck you, Dave. Jolene hit me with that earlier, didn't she?
That alien had to be like, what?
I swear to God. So here's the thing.
He's like, how'd you know my name's Dave?
Here's the thing. My life, you guys only know this much about what I've done. My life is a freaking movie. Like, I literally could write a book. It would go, and people would go watch it right now. I guarantee. Not because I'm cool, but just because of the random, like, I'm like Forrest Gump. The random shit I've fallen into is like crazy.
RG meets ET.
I swear to God, dude, movie blockbuster if I wrote my life. So, and it's not about me. It's just like Forrest Gump, like random shit I ran into.
It
But here's
is
the
so
funny
much
part.
like Forrest Gump. I love that you just put that connection together.
I swear to God, dude. And when this alien looked at the other one, like this motherfucker, the disrespect, because like, fuck you, Dave, not playing. Go back to sleep. And the alien, if it was real, that alien had to be like, the audacity of this fucker. Like, really? You're just gonna ignore us when we came all the way here? It would be fucking pure comedy gold if it was in a movie. I swear to God, dude. You couldn't write this shit. It was fucking perfect. It was fucking perfect.
Never gonna forget that ET experience that you just had. He'll never forget it.
If it was real, it was the best alien experience anybody. Because I literally told this alien, I fucking threw him for a loop. So if that happened,
they're definitely coming back.
That was the best alien experience a person could have. Because I'm laughing about it. It was.
They're coming back to the punchline because they don't get it. They didn't get it. They're like, why? We need more information. Maybe he's hiding it. Maybe he's hiding all the secrets in his, but
just to mess with the aliens, I'm sleeping with a condom on every night from now on, just so they're like
confused.
There was no one else in that bed, right? Like, what the fuck? What is this guy doing?
Protection. He's just well protected. Oh my goodness.
All I can say is, random guy, you got aliens, buddy.
Tinfoil hat.
I'm glad it pleases you so much, Dave. I'm really glad it pleases you.
Oh God, it does not get much better than this right now. I'm not gonna lie, it does not get much better than this right now.
The audience has no idea what to do. Yeah, they have no idea. It's great.
See, Tim doesn't understand the concept of aliens yet. His aliens are coming. Right?
Yeah, I've just seen lights in the sky.
Was my experience sexy? No. No, I was actually upset because I was hoping.
No.
I would have hoped it would have been down there, and instead it was all in here. So, I didn't get any. There was no. I'll spare the details, but none of the things that I've ever heard about that were good happened. Like, it was just like dental nightmare scenario. But I couldn't feel anything. It was literally like, you get lidocaine shots or whatever, and you're getting a procedure. It was like that. And they were like, and I was like,
you know what is funny? On a trip that Dave was actually working as a satellite person when I was working in Utah, we actually filmed an alien that sort of came in on our FLIR camera, was standing behind one of our researchers, and then that FLIR information was gone, and I had all these other images on the camera that I hadn't taken. We had a really weird experience, but I didn't see the alien with my eyes, but it showed up on FLIR, and they do weird things, man. It's gonna twist you, and after the experience, you're gonna be like, nope, didn't happen, because you're going to rationalize it. Same way I rationalized filming it. Like, I filmed it. And I mean, still like,
I rationalized a 7-year marriage. So, I mean, aliens light work at this point.
Right.
They didn't take half of my Roth IRA when they left. So I'm good.
Random
it's a slow burn.
Working on.
What's that?
Which tooth were they working on?
It was right here in the middle on the left. Right here, I could feel it, the pressure.
Oh, hold on. You can feel it. Why would you be able to feel a dream 24 hours later?
No, I don't feel it right now, but I could feel it even when I woke up. I could feel it.
Uh-huh.
Not
Why,
pain,
though?
Just pressure.
Why?
But I told you, didn't I tell you what happened to me 2 weeks ago or so?
That was 2 weeks ago.
With my vision?
All I'm saying is, my tooth is on the left side in the back, affecting my whole row here.
Yeah, that's what
they
I had.
Gave you sympathy for me.
So, no, 2 weeks ago, if you guys don't remember, I woke up in the middle of the night around the same time. And the reason I woke up, I didn't open my eyes. I was dead asleep. I was not having a dream. And I saw like a burst of light. Like you look at a flash from a camera and you're in a dark room. It was a burst of light, but it was just in my right eye, not both eyes, just here. And the light burst like bright as the sun, And I woke up because of the flash. I was just dead asleep, not even a dream, not a thought, just a burst of light in my eye, like the brightest light you've ever effing seen. And here's the thing. I woke up consciously awake, woke up, sat up, got up, drank water, took a piss. My right eye was blown out. The pupil was completely constricted, and I had a big green circle like when you look at the sun. How would I generate that retina and pupil response with my eyes closed in the dark from a like psychosomatic perspective? I don't know. I didn't research it because I don't want to know the answer, because if the answer is no, something happened 2 weeks ago. I don't want to know. So literally my eye was blown. Like, you know what I'm talking about, right? Where you see the green or blue and it's stuck there because you looked at something too bright for like 20 minutes. It took me 20 minutes, one side unilateral on the right side from a dead sleep, as though I had been exposed to an insanely bright light.
Well,
and I reported that to you guys, but it wasn't related to aliens at the time.
But what if all of this isn't aliens? Then how are you going to explain it?
Hold on, let's ask
Come
the
on.
community.
It's Elon Musk's problem. Elon Musk.
This random guy had aliens twice now.
Oh, Jesus.
See?
No, but it's becoming too common for this weird shit, and I don't like it.
Here we go. 10 votes.
Oh, boy.
Oh, 13 votes.
Ooh, even more now. RG.
Uh-oh.
You had the little flashy thing.
22 votes.
MIB.
23.
Yes, like when you look at the sun and your eyes blown out.
Interesting.
Pupil constriction.
One eye in a dark room.
Huh?
There's a lot of sunlight in one room.
But here's the thing. Why one eye? Why unilateral? I've never in my 43 and a half years of life outside of the womb experienced anything like that.
Remember the $1 billion man, though? He only had one bionic eye.
Dude, I literally saw like the sun, and then I woke up. And I told you guys about this. I know I did. I know I told you about this.
Right.
Everybody just disregarded. And I told other people too in my normal life. And they're like, oh, you're probably having a stroke. You probably have high blood pressure. You probably have
aliens.
Dave's answered everything. You got aliens. Hey, as long as I get UFOs and tacos, I'm good.
It's on its way.
I need that big woo meter shirt too.
Hey, wouldn't that be a great restaurant in Vegas? UFOs and tacos.
Oh, dude, we crush it. We crush it there.
We got to do that.
Let's do it.
Bring the SOR studio right down to downtown Vegas. UFOs.
See, look, Penny Van says, check your eyes. You're on the edge of a retina detachment. That's much more logical.
No, she says you might be on the edge. Not you are.
Max says, random guy drinks a lot, I bet. I don't drink a lot. I only drink when I'm not working and I'm retired.
Then he goes, no disrespect. I swear, I think he uses a lot of Bud Light and weed. No, RG's not a Bud Light kind of guy.
Or a weed guy. So marijuana, I've tried it like twice in my life. My heart rate goes to about 210. I think I'm allergic to it.
Lightweight.
I can't. It'll literally give me a heart attack. So I haven't messed with it since I was a teenager.
You're not missing out on much.
Close the poll. It's at 83%. You got aliens twice. 7% say you only got it once.
All right, the odds are going better in my favor now.
We'll end the poll right now.
The light was like white. It's like pure white. Like afterlife, I'm going into heaven white. If I could describe it.
On that note, I'm going to bed.
Yeah, whatever. I'm going to call my girlfriend.
I just want to announce that tomorrow night we were supposed to have Linda Thompson on the show. She actually tripped and fell the other day and banged her face on those.
Oh my God, she
Yeah.
okay?
Yeah, she's good, but
Wow.
her face looks like she went about 12 rounds with me.
Yeah.
She should come on and be a gangster with it.
She got
Be
a couple
like-
of big shiners.
She should be like, you should see the other guy.
We're gonna reschedule her. So tomorrow night, from formerly of Missing Persons Mysteries, and now of a new channel called All Time Missing. I believe it's called All Time Missing. Steve Stockton is going to fill us in with some great stories tomorrow night on missing people and strange stuff. So I want to say a big thank you tonight to Vash the Impaler, Shaq Valet, Nancy H ×2, Tim Mothman, Kira, Obi Flett, Mark, Lala, and Science Bob for the great super chats tonight. Do us a favor, hit that thumbs up, ring that bell, hit subscribe if you don't mind.
Remember to get your transparency tacos at the UFO Taco Cafe.
Nice plug. Nice plug.
And remember, everyone, as we end this, Random Guys Got Aliens.
Ah, my dude.
Good night, everybody.
I love you guys. Good night.
Love you too, man.
Stay healthy, my friend.
You too.
If you need bail money, give me a call.
Always, Dad. Take care.
You too.